It's not something that it's somewhere, a pie in the sky. Right where we are seated in this very city, I can assure you without evidence that there's a woman who's in this block of flats here who's kept against their will. Just to emphasize the urgency of the shelter solution, colleagues, I've just indicated the issues of safety and security, the need for comprehensive services, especially counseling services. And I know there's sometimes the understanding that when we talk counseling, everybody can counsel. And it is not, because when you talk about victims of GBV, you're talking about management and dealing with trauma. That is now and that is going to be in the future. So that's why you will need professionals to be dealing with these issues. What am I saying with that? I'm saying to us, while in your facilities you want to cut corners and use volunteers, use this and that, please be careful, because there's much more damage that we can create. And we know of issues of secondary victimization that we can find ourselves in. So when we talk counseling, we're talking a professional who's dealing and managing trauma that the victim would have faced being in our care as shelter services. As I'm closing, I want to say, colleagues, we're going to have 2 days. It's not enough time, of course, but it is time that we can effectively utilize to say we need to share our best practices. And I think the team has put a very good program to ensure that there's a lot that we'll get out of here. And it's not just to get it, but there's a lot that we will learn from these sessions that we must then take back to our front line, which is service delivery. Whether we're coming from government, civil society organization, or you come from Mars, there's a lot that we are going to learn here, and we must take it back to our workspaces. We also know that we've got quite a number of pieces of legislations as a country that we have a responsibility to implement. They are not government legislations that must be implemented by people who are working in government somewhere. They are legislations for our country, and we take full responsibility to implement. With this one, I want to refer specifically to the issue of ensuring that persons that find themselves in our spaces, they are vetted and they are the right persons to be providing the service. We don't find ourselves throwing and having everybody and everything, and at the end of the day, compromising the very critical and essential service that we provide. So by that, colleagues, I want to say with all the deliberations that we'll have here, I do from DSD side and from stakeholder side to say you are really invited to engage robustly. This is not communication. They will say this is not sensational. So it's a reality of issues that we are dealing with. No one is looking forward for you to please them. Neither myself, neither Dr. Dango. We want to talk about issues as they are. But when we talk about them as well, let's talk about them in solution finding. So let's engage without any fear or favor, and much so, let's criticize each other constructively, and let's also propose to say, you know what, if this can be done this way, it can be better. But if this is not, and if something is wrong, which we can see as civil society, as government, let's use this platform to openly talk about it and not hide it. And I'm glad that we also have our Chapter 9 institutions that are here in the room. We've got, I think the CGE will be here. We've got other government departments that are going to be here, like Human Settlement, I think is going to be presenting here the policy. There's the Public Protector here. So there is really, you can see that this session is going to be, the young people will be saying it's going to be lit. So with that being said, I want to thank you, and I wish you all of the best in the deliberations. Thank you, and thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malope. So I will call next Dr. Zubeida Dango, who is the founding and the Executive Director of the NISA Institute of Women's Development. Dr. Danga, over to you.
Thank you, Diane. Good morning, everybody. Um, so I'm going to talk a little bit about how we've arrived at the fourth National Shelter in Indaba. The inaugural shelter in Indaba took place in 2021, and this was a historic moment for GBV shelters in the country, for the national shelter movement, and the country as a whole. The hosting of this conference was a clear indicator of the growth of the national shelter movement and the increased recognition of the centrality of civil society in South Africa in its national response to gender-based violence. The Indaba was structured to cover strategic themes for sheltering in South Africa, including policy reflections, programming, operational challenges and opportunities, as well as self-care, which is central to quality services and the way to strengthen and improve services. We've just heard Mr. Malope talk about how important counseling is and how, as shelters, we need to make sure that people are adequately trained in order to be able to offer counseling services to survivors of gender-based violence. Otherwise, we can easily cause more harm than help. So the second National Shelter in Indaba took place in 2022 in its first partnership with National DSD. There was collective commitment to redouble efforts in both prevention and the response to gender-based violence and femicide, and to ensure that we held ourselves accountable for the implementation of the National Strategic Plan, which you've also heard about. There was a crucial departure from partisanship, with all parties demonstrating their readiness to collaborate in addressing the scourge of gender-based violence. The imperative to establish more shelters, to allocate more funding for GBVF programs and shelters, and the awareness of international perspectives and interventions was present in our collective endeavor to combat GBVF. The theme for the 2023 Indaba was the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This spoke to the lack of implementation and the lack of sufficient funding for shelters, and you've heard about that already this morning from our chairperson talking about the lack of funding for shelters. For shelters to do the work that they need to do, it's really imperative that they have the funding to be able to offer excellence in services to the survivors of gender-based violence. The keynote speaker at that Indaba was Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who stressed the importance of civil society engagement addressing gender-based violence. Partnerships and collaboration came through strongly at the Indaba. Our partnership with Uber has continued uninterruptedly, and we are extremely grateful to them for the work they assist us with at the National Shelter Movement in the 4 provinces of the country. Then, recognizing the role of guns in the domestic violence space, an important discussion at the 2023 Indaba was a national campaign was proposed on removing the trigger, aimed at raising awareness of guns in the context of domestic violence. And this was done in partnership with Gun Free South Africa, Mosaic, the Heinrich Böll Foundation, as well as the National Shelter Movement of South Africa. The discussions at the 2023 Indaba provided a greater understanding of how shelters work and the extent and the depth of the work that shelters do. Why am I talking about this? I think this is really important. Recently, I had a conversation with somebody that wasn't in the sheltering sector, and the impression I got from that conversation was, oh, shelters just house women. And this is far from the truth. From an external perspective, it may appear that shelters merely house women and children, but this is completely untrue. As the discussions at the Indaba highlighted, shelters provide a range of psychosocial services. They assist clients and their children with obtaining ID documents such as IDs. They work with the schools for placement of children. They ensure the safety of women and their children, empower them, provide 3 nutritious meals a day, provide programs for women and children. Shelters also work with stakeholders such as health and legal clinics, the police, and the courts. In addition to that, they also provide a number of services in training women. Earlier on, it was discussed that we need to be sure that we empower women with skills so that they can get out and find jobs. And this is so important, and this is an area that we really need to still continue to focus on. And later in the Indaba, Advocate Bernadine Bacher will actually be talking to this in terms of economic empowerment. The theme for this Indaba is progressive sheltering, which emphasizes the importance of sustained and effective implementation in promoting the safety and well-being of survivors and improved multi-level service delivery. The program offers a rich and integrated perspective on gender-based violence. However, as much as all these Indabas have been successful, we still continue to face numerous challenges in this sector. And of course, some of these which have been referred to is clearly funding. And I would be remiss if I don't refer to the Gauteng funding crisis, which has hit the province really in a completely disadvantaged way. Shelters have been beside themselves. People have been getting ill. People have struggled to actually open their doors to survivors. When survivors were going to shelters and the shelters didn't have funding, they didn't say no. They still tried to take in the survivors despite the fact that money was unavailable. So to talk about this, I think it's only appropriate to invite the Gauteng Crisis Care Committee, of which the NSM is also a member, but I'm going to ask a member of their task team, Sima Dia, to actually talk to what has happened, just so that you have a more internal perspective on how shelters have been struggling, and for us to be able to find a way to resolve this, because we cannot continue in this way. So I hand over to Sima to take you through that.
Thank you very much. So yes, over the past few years, it has definitely been a struggle in terms of obtaining funding and having good communication and relationships with the Gauteng Department of Social Development. We are continuously reminded by them that this is a partnership. Civil society and government need to partner to provide services to our vulnerable members of the community. And yet, the way in which conversations have been going on with the department has left much to be said in that regard. At the last panel discussion that we had during the last financial year, we were told that organizations who were found to be non-compliant would stop receiving funding, as the government is looking to take over services. And this is not just talk, because they have an institutional realignment project that they are working on in order to be able to take over services from civil society organizations. But like Mr. Malope was just saying, organizations that run shelters are important parts of civil society. It is the one place where survivors or victims of gender-based violence have as respite to be able to protect their to be able to protect themselves from the violence that they experience in their everyday homes. And just a simple taking over of services is not going to work. I think we have to work better and work together in order to navigate through this. So GBV shelters, in terms of compliance that I raised just a while ago, are required to, and not just GBV shelters, but various other residential care facilities are required to look at municipal compliance in terms of municipal bylaws. Now, these range from rezoning applications to compliance with health and hygiene regulations and fire safety regulations. And if I talk about them, they are all important and they are all significant, and I'm not disputing the fact that they are important for us to be able to be regulated by these laws. But they are not all consistently applied across the different regions within the city of Johannesburg, let alone the different municipalities across Gauteng. And this brings about a lot of confusion and a lot of unfair practices across the province because of the disparities in that regard. Shelters are also not allowed to use funds from the department to be able to fund some of these requirements, and they are expensive. There's also a lack of understanding on the department side with regards to the processes and the costs involved. In terms of compliance regulations, I know from our shelter we have spent about 300,000 over a period of about 2 years trying to comply with those needs and those regulations. So there's a definite lack of communication, because I feel like if there is an open door and a more sort of relationship that would allow for open discussion, then there would be a lot more progress that we would be able to make in terms of ensuring that shelters comply and ensuring that there is a better partnership with the Department of Social Development. And so there's definitely lack of communication, which we found during the previous administration, where shelters were also wrongfully accused of maladministration, and some shelters were placed under investigation. There were no reasons provided in this regard, however, and the Gauteng Care Crisis Committee, along with the National Shelter Movement, NISA, and various other organizations and other sort of civil society organizations got involved and inquired about these investigations that organizations needed to go through, and some of these organizations weren't even aware of that. They were heard of through the grapevine or through the media, and so that lack of communication brings about a lot of mistrust. And so eventually, because we weren't getting it right, we did take the department to court to be able to force their hand in terms of giving reasons as to when, how, why funding is to be given, who it's given to, and to give proper decisions. Eventually, there were a number of shelters where the investigation was dropped and the charges were dropped because there was just no reasons, no specific reasons why they were placed under investigation. And it took a long time to adjudicate applications in terms of business plans, which then deprived victims of services. So during this time period, we had someone who was looking for shelter in the south of Johannesburg, and she was taken to the hospital, and by the time she came back, her partner had burnt down her shack. And there was no shelters available at that time to be able to take her on because of the funding crisis. And so all of this was happening while the Gauteng Department of Social Development gave back 554 million back to Treasury. So there's definitely a need for communication. Other issues around the sector funding policy, looked at having the department provide non-profit organizations with a funding timetable, which contributes to the running of transparent processes. But this was never done. There's a current call for proposals that's out, which highlights when the proposals need to be given in or when they are due, but there's no issue of timelines with regards to communication regarding when decisions will be communicated to the various non-profit organizations that are applying. And as a result of what happened during the last 2 years, there's much that leaves to be desired in that regard. And because there's a lack of trust between the non-profit organizations and Gauteng DSD, from the NPO side, I think this is justified. There is a power imbalance, which is antagonistic and in favor of the Gauteng Department of Social Development. Or so they think. Sometimes I feel like over this past year, I have learned that together we can make a difference. We do have a voice. The money that is being given to non-profit organizations and non-governmental organizations does need to be accounted for. It is the people's money, but like I said, it is the people's money. It is our taxpayers' money. And so while it is a responsibility of government to look after the vulnerable citizens of the country, we don't need to be looked at as government subsidizing our work. I would rather say that we are subsidizing their work. We are doing what needs to be done at a fraction of the cost. Non-governmental organizations, it is told that government is spending a lot of money on funding non-profit organizations and non-governmental organizations. But like I said, we are doing their work at a fraction of the cost. And should the Gauteng Department of DST prematurely take over services that are currently being provided with their current capacity, there will definitely be a regressive realization of rights to our beneficiaries. And like they also say, that our beneficiaries are their beneficiaries. I think there needs to be an adequate amount of capacity within the department to be able to provide for the beneficiaries. And so, like Diane was saying in her speech, there is hope. And I feel like the hope is for us to come together, to join forces, and have your voices heard. We need to work together in partnership with the department, with civil society organizations. But in order for that to happen, some of the defenses need to be let down, and communication, open communication, needs to take place. There needs to be workshops on some of the challenges that shelters are experiencing. We don't like sort of the top-down approach in which we are told what to do, as opposed to having that open discussion and come to a mutual kind of agreement in terms of understanding on the best way forward. So for instance, even something as simple as cell phones within shelters is now being told that you got to confiscate those from your survivors. You can't do that. Everybody is dependent on technology for communication, and communication in various ways. So whether that be in terms of skills development and economic empowerment, we do encourage our survivors to look for employment. So how is it that they are going to communicate or get information or be able to send out CVs, etc., if we confiscate cell phones? So yes, it sometimes is a problem in terms of locations being disclosed and things like that, but we need to work together to find a solution that's workable for everyone involved, instead of the top-down approach. So yes, so I think that if we come together, we can definitely find common ground and work together as partners. But there needs to be a lowering of defenses and very open and frank discussions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Malope, Dr. Zubeida, and Nisa, thank you so much for that. I think for me, a key thing that all three speakers spoke about was around partnership. Partnership, but also carrying the spirit of hope. I think on that breath, I think I really need to acknowledge that Free State DSD is in the room. The fact that our Gauteng counterparts are not yet here says a lot. But you know what? In the spirit of hope, let us continue to see how we can build and we can work on these partnerships. Mr. Malope is from National DSD, and I think you know it's quite clear the fact that we've been able to co-host this Indaba for a number of years, that relationship is working. So I think what we can take out of this is to say, in the provinces where this partnership is working, how can we replicate those relationships? How can we maybe at times ask you know the provinces where it is working to facilitate those communication channels within our province. I think just also in acknowledgement of Free State, you know, at one point Free State was giving 9 rands per woman in a shelter. That has changed. And I think if we can really just applaud them for that, because I think that is something for us to acknowledge, in that, you know, progress can be made. You know, progressive realization is a possibility if we all just put our heads together and say, what is in the best interest of survivors? And I think if we carry the spirit of do no harm, or, you know, use that principle of do no harm and actually understand what does harm mean? What does harm look like? How do we at times unintentionally perpetuate harm in the thinking that we're doing good? You know, so let's hold each other accountable in terms of that. So we're going to move on to our program, and our next is around women's empowerment platforms. And we have Miss Natalie Solomons, who is the CEO for Women Empowerment Platform. She is a mom, wife, sister, and a daughter, and is a GB activist who is looking to raise awareness about combating various forms of violence against women and children. And she strives to create safer spaces for more equitable environments for individuals who have been victims of any form of abuse. Miss Natalie Solomons, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm making sure I put my phone here so I can see the time, because I got too much to say. Thank you, Doctor, for the invite. Thank you to your team, to Melanie, for all the emails, making sure that everything is in order. But I'm very grateful to be here today. I want to start with my children's home. So I've got one facility for children, and we just started another facility for women. Reason being is because the amount of women in and around our region that needs assistance. So what I was doing, one section of the children's home, I used it for GBV cases, and on the other side of the home I used for our children. But what I seen was that I was putting my children in harm's way, basically, having women there and the children. That's why I got this new facility. The facility is in Bosmont. It's a 20-bedroom facility. It belongs to the Methodist Church. We did a drive or a walk advocating for gender-based violence. And because I was so actively involved, the church asked to have a meeting with me. And the facility is at the church. It used to be a shelter that they used for women back in the day. You know, back in the day when women used to come from other provinces and they used this facility, young women out of school looking for a job. It's a beautiful facility. It was left abandoned. It wasn't used. So what we did is we revamped the facility, and we were able to house many women. The bedrooms are massive. You can actually accommodate a family in the bedrooms. My challenge I have is, it took me just over 3 years just to get my children's home compliant. And I went to see a lady at Bethany House, because what I used to do, I'm an activist. I'm in the street. I come from corporate, and I was always busy in corporate as if I'm in the community, and I knew this is not where I should be. And that is how I went to see my husband, because he's a financial guy. Everything is by the book. I'm a very impulsive woman. I just do. And I thought about it, how do I get out of this? And lucky for me, at that time, EPSA was moving, and I said to him, it looked like we're going to be retrenched. And that is how I got out of it. I told him, now after how many years, I'm actually saying that I was retrenched and I wasn't retrenched. And that is how I got to be full-time in community. You have to have a passion for community. It can't be about money. I struggled for a long time. So you used to getting that 30, 40,000, and here you're not getting it anymore. And I stuck. I don't know how I got onto stuff, but believe me, I could feed my family, I could feed community, I could feed so many people. Ask me how I did it, I don't know. But my problem I have is also with DSD. There's no support. You go to DSD offices as if they're doing you a favor. When you speak to DSD about money, they speak back to you as if they're giving you the money, the individual. I even said to the one lady, I've never seen a department so busy with nothing in my life, like DSD. We're not, and you know what, we're not here to criticize DSD because we need to work with them. We want to work with them. And you go there excited because you're making a difference in community. You get there, look here, you can take it the first time. But the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth time, no man. We're here to build a country. We're a diverse country. South Africans, we love each other, man. Whether you're black, white, colored, the nice thing about me, I'm black and I'm white, I'm in the middle. And I always tell people that. I've got both sides. So I'm honored to be standing here. I'm emotional because of what we're seeing every day. I see children from newborn babies being penetrated by big men. I think one of my worst cases I had was a 12-year-old that was sexually abused from the front and the back by 10 guys. And we're seeing heavy things. So I stand here with a heavy heart, saying to DSD, we want to work with you guys. Help us, help our communities, help us make a difference in South Africa, in Johannesburg, in our Gauteng. You know, we go home, we also women, and I think with what we're doing, it's abuse. We faced with abuse ourselves, just seeing that we're not getting the help to help another woman. And we're stronger together. I'll give you an example. Last night, and I'm so happy with what you said about making sure that you're compliant. Now, I'm closer to 50. I'm far back when it comes to being 50, but I will say I'm closer to 50. But I made it up my mind that I'm going to go study further. So I'm busy with my honors in social work so that I can be that counselor. I can be that change maker in my community. And it's not easy. If I must tell you the amount of hats I'm wearing now, standing here, then I don't know how I'm doing it. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a leader at church, I'm a leader in my ward, I'm one of the ward counselors, the ward members. I run a children's home. I've got, the facility can take up 35 children. I've got 12, 13 staff, and it's all women that I brought in to make a difference in their lives. Some of them don't even have an ID. At this age, you don't have an ID. I'm studying. I'm running now a GBV place. There's so much we're trying to do and making a difference in our country, in Gauteng, just in our small area. But you go home sometimes feeling that you're not doing enough. You go home sometimes crying. The one day I even said, Lord, man, send a ball of fire and just take out this world because it's so wicked. And there's something I've realized, that evil has a face. Evil has a face, and I've seen it. So I'm standing here today as a gender-based violence activist. My colleague Mandy couldn't be here. Mandy faced her daughter. It happened now the other day, in February. Her daughter was thrown with petrol and set alight. Her friend visiting her at that time was laying in the bed with her, and they were soaked with petrol, and they were set alight. And what happened that day, it's so insignificant, is that her daughter's with her most of the time. And that night, she took her daughter to her mother saying, please, man, just look after her. And Mandy still said, no, I've got a community work tonight, because she's part of the CPF in the community. This is another lady, woman, making a difference in her community. And something just said to her, just take the child that night. If she didn't take a grandchild that night, she would have been also one of the victims that was soaked in petrol, because the girls were sleeping and they were thrown with petrol and set alight. So this is stuff we're facing daily in our communities. If I take out my phone, I've got actually 3 phones. The one phone is community. The second phone became community. And I had to get a third phone just so that I can get hold, my family can get hold of me. The cases on that phone, on my phones, you can't believe it. I am working a lot with the police stations. They are assisting, except Sapphire Town. I love working with Phelan's police station. So there is good guys. There is the CPFs in our communities. One of my main helpers are SCP Clive Manor. That guy will get up 3 o'clock in the morning to assist me. So today, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and that I'm hoping that our facility, there is some nice pics also of how it looked and what it looks like before. So we've got good people that is donating. I think corporates also need to come to the party when it comes to funding. I'm not going to just say government must give, but I think more corporates should, instead of buying all those Maseratis and Ferraris, start giving to MPOs. Stop using your tax monies to buy Ferraris and Porsches and having these lavish parties where you're paying 5,000. I don't know about you guys. If you go to a party, you're looking at everything, how they're wasting money. You're just thinking, what could I have done here? I hate going to parties. I don't even go anymore, because you're always seeing how people waste, and you never have a good time if you're somebody that's in the community. And then one last thing is, if you're doing the work we're doing as gender-based violence activists, I'm sure you get strange calls even at night. And I turn this into where I make a joke of it now, where I'm not going to allow perpetrators to put fear into me. So I get 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, I get calls from penises. And penises can actually give you a call. So what I do is I start speaking to the penis to say, okay, I'm going to go to the police station and I'm going to make a case because I don't know who you are. And I go to the police station. Phelans know me for this. I go to the police station and I make a case and I say, there's a small penis going around phoning women. Please see if you can do something. It might sound funny. I make a joke of it now, but these are serious things we, even as activists, are faced with daily. So DSD, please, I need my compliance with my facility, and I'm standing here hoping that you can help me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we need DSD in the room, DSD Gauteng. And hopefully, we will get them in the room and we will start speaking to them. Thank you so much for that. And I think for me, one of the things that stuck with me was around the fact that, we see and experience such atrocities that, we become numb. We stop speaking about the countless cases we see and hear and know. I always say, if I can find one person, and if there is that one person, you know, I really want to live your life, who doesn't know a survivor of violence, show yourself. You know, I think during COVID, we all said we all know somebody who has suffered from COVID. And I think there wasn't a single person who couldn't put their hand up. But when it comes to violence, if we say, if you know of a case of somebody who survived violence, stand up, all of us will stand up. And I think that for me is, it's sad. So I think on that note, what I would like us to do is to observe, and I always do this, and the minute, we'll say, when you're having fun, time flies. But whenever we have to observe that minute of silence for the people who've lost their lives to gender-based violence, to intimate partner violence, that minute drags. And I'm always one of those where, like, after 45 seconds, I will stop it. But today, I would really want us to observe the full minute. If we can all just be silent, remember the people who we've lost for that 1 minute before we move to our next speaker. So our minute is starting now. Yeah. It was a very long minute. And for some people in the room, remembering the people we've lost to violence, that minute wasn't enough. And I think that's the sad reality. When Mr. Malope gave his opening remarks, he said, in the 2 days we're here, there are women and children who would have lost their lives. So in that minute, as we were remembering those who've lost their lives, how many were in the process of losing that life? I would like to invite Dr. Brody to come. Dr. Brody is a veteran journalist, academic, and an author of 11 books, including 2 recent works looking at fatal gender-based violence. She is a senior lecturer at WITS, at the WITS Center for Journalism, and is speaking, she writes around fatal violence and homicide in Africa. Dr. Brody, over to you.
Okay, sobering start. So good morning, everyone, and to all the honored guests. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to speak here today. So my name is Dr. Brody. I'm a journalist, I'm a researcher and a teacher at the WITS Center for Journalism at the University of the Witwatersrand. And for the past decade, most of my academic work, let me see if I can get this to work, show you. No. Can you, yeah, there we go. For the past decade, most of my academic work has focused on investigating fatal violence, in particular the killing of women. And my last 3 books have focused on different types of murder, one on femicide, one on farm killings, and my most recent book, Domestic Terror, which is about intimate partner murders, which is what I'm going to talk about today. I called this book Domestic Terror because based on current police figures, every single day in South Africa, an average of 5 to 6 women are murdered by a current or former intimate partner. In these kinds of killings, the fatal act is usually not the first time that violence has been used against the partner. It's just the last. And what that speaks to is an unimaginable period of time before, when the violence builds, when it's meted out in small and large increments, what the courts have described as murder by installment. This is a perpetrator who deliberately creates fear and terror in his victim, domestic terror. So I'm a writer and a scholar. I'm not an activist. I'm not a lawyer, a judge, a nurse, a psychologist, a police officer, or a government minister. But today I want to try and link these different roles, and I want to ask the question. No? Let's see if I can. That's the other way. Okay. I do have a PhD, but I'm not very good at PowerPoint, apparently. So I want to try and link all these different roles, and I want to ask the question, how do we connect what we know with what we do? Because there's a really big gap here. So let me try and explain what I mean by these two features, what we know and what we do. So I look for information about an endpoint in what's usually a continuum of violence. And I do this because, like you, I want to play a part in disrupting violence. I'm not convinced it's possible to end it entirely, but I think that we can certainly do a much better job than we're doing at present. And I know from data and experience that violence undermines and damages the very fabric of our country. It makes us poorer in every single way imaginable. It makes it so much harder to do everything else, whether it's finding a job, going to school, having a relationship, being a parent. Researching violence in a country like South Africa, a country with one of the highest murder rates in the world, and where women are murdered at a rate that's more than 5 times the global average. I'm fortunate that I get to work with and learn from a quite remarkable group of other scholars and professionals, mainly women, who come from many disciplines and who have spent decades trying to understand and improve the problem of violence against women. And they are jurists, politicians, academics, doctors, healthcare workers, forensic experts. And we're able to do the work that we do. In fact, we're encouraged to do it because on paper, South Africa is a paradise for us. Our laws protect women. They recognize women. They acknowledge that family structures are complex, that marriage is not the only valid form of a relationship, that any adult can marry any other adult, that every person is entitled to safety and bodily integrity. We recognize queer women and trans women. We have some work to do with recognizing sex workers, but we'll get there. We have a whole national strategic plan that in its wording is amongst the most progressive and inclusive official frameworks dealing with violence against women in the world. We have new legislation that establishes a national council on GBV and femicide that, in their words, will coordinate a structured multi-sectoral approach between relevant stakeholders for the prevention and elimination of and response to gender-based violence and femicide. So we have all these words of law, but in addition, we also have possibly the most detailed, longitudinal, scientific and narrative data on female homicide in the world. To date, not just 1 but 4 national femicide studies produced by the Gender and Health Research Unit of the South African Medical Council, a Medical Research Council. And these are studies that, in my view, set a benchmark for documenting important and relevant data about how, when, where, and how often women are killed and by whom. These studies, which use autopsy reports together with police records and interviews, also follow femicide cases to determine if a suspect has been identified or has been arrested, and if there's been a conviction. Researchers across the country at other institutions like WITS, like UCT, UP, UJ, the University of the Free State, UNISA, at the Medical Research Council, at Statistics South Africa, many other places have produced multiple studies from statistical data to interviews with men who committed violence against their partners. So we have so much that we know. But despite all of this, despite our fantastic constitution, our brilliant scientists and our remarkable data, despite all of these things, women are still dying. Our knowledge is not protecting us. In fact, it seems to be having the opposite effect because the numbers and the rates of women being killed has increased over the past few years, and it has done so much more rapidly than we expected. Where in 2021 there were an average of between 8 and 9 women being murdered every single day in South Africa, this has now increased to nearly 11 women being killed on average on a daily basis in 2023. I often get contacted by journalists who want to do a short piece on femicide, because that's what we like to do, short pieces, 16 days, you know, this Women's Month, those are the times of the year when femicide matters. So I often get contacted by journalists who start usually by saying, oh, I know we don't have very good data on the problem, as if in Africa we don't have things like good data or good researchers. And I want to challenge this because we have excellent data, we have excellent scientists, and the gap, I believe, is in what we're doing about what we know. So we know who is killing women. 60% of perpetrators are intimate partners. When we include immediate family members, this rises to 70% of perpetrators of femicide in South Africa. We know where women are being killed. Mostly, it's in their own homes, or it's in the home of a partner or the home of a family member. And this is domestic terror. This is a war that is taking place in our homes. We also know not only how women are dying, but we know what factors contribute to the likelihood of a fatal outcome. And this includes very prominently alcohol consumption and the presence of firearms. And we don't talk about these two features enough because it is unpopular to single them out, because people feel like it infringes on their liberties, and because, let's be blunt, there are massive and well-funded lobby groups for both the alcohol and the firearm industries, and these drive narratives that try to discount how big a problem both of these items are. I'm going to come back to this slide in a moment because I want to discuss these aspects in some more detail. I want to share one other thing that we know, and I'm pretty sure you'll know this too, even if you don't have the exact numbers, but you'll know what I'm talking about. So this is what happens at the end of a case, or more accurately, what doesn't happen. Let's start with police investigations. So actually, I think the figure on top was a typo because I was rushing to finalize my presentation about 2 weeks ago, and that was before the latest femicide study was released last week by the Medical Research Council. But what the MRC found in its previous femicide study in 2017 was that a shocking 16% of femicide cases were not even in the police system. In the newer study, which is based on 2021 data, this dropped to nearly 9%. But still, that means that nearly 1 in 10 murders of women don't even appear on the police system to begin with. So how can you prosecute a case that doesn't exist? The figure below is what proportion of all murder cases in South Africa end in conviction, and that figure from the Institute of Security Studies is 10%. That means for every 100 murders that occur in South Africa, only 10 of those crimes are successfully prosecuted. For femicide, the figure is a little bit higher. It's around 20% for intimate partner femicides, but only 13% of non-intimate femicides, that's a female homicide committed by someone other than an intimate partner. Only 20% and 13% end in a conviction. And none of these figures are acceptable. And here's where I want to go back to that earlier slide to talk about how these factors are connected to each other. If you remember when I started my talk, I said I wanted to connect what we know with what we do. So let's circle back to the point I made about what we know about who is killing women. Who kills adult women? For the past 20 years, and this is consistent with data from not just the rest of Africa, but the rest of the world, South African femicide studies have shown the majority of female homicides in this country are committed by the male, current or former intimate partner of the victim. This is usually a boyfriend or it's a husband. Despite this, the most recent femicide study shows that in 44% of reported cases, police had not even identified a perpetrator during their investigation. So let's start by asking a really critical question, which is, why do we know who's killing women, but it remains a mystery to the police? So in case you think I'm only here to blame the police, that's not true. I also blame my peers in the media because my own research has shown that while intimate partner killings make up the majority of femicides, they don't make up the majority of news reporting. In the news, instead, we are told about women who are murdered by unknown strangers, in fields, in side alleys. We are not told enough about women who are murdered at home by the very person who, more likely than not, also told her that he loved her. We do not talk about how families and communities still invest more in protecting the myth of staying in a marriage as a pillar of social values instead of protecting the rights and the lives of women to be safe and free. We are also not told enough that the most common way boyfriends and husbands murder their girlfriends or wives is with a legally owned firearm. 35% of intimate partner femicides and 38% of non-intimate femicides are committed with a gun. For intimate partner killings, the women are most often killed with a single shot to the face. But instead of investing in improving the implementation of our gun controls, which all of our research shows can be extremely effective in reducing all homicides, including femicide, we have lobbyists who tell us the solution is to arm more women. as if the answer to the country's femicide problem is mommy and daddy having a shootout in the living room. And then there's the question of the role of alcohol, which is always mentioned if, heaven forbid, the victim was drinking or she was coming home from a shebeen, but it's discussed far less often in terms of the perpetrator and in terms of its role in domestic killings which take place at home, not in a bar. We already knew that alcohol played a very significant role in increasing all non-natural deaths in South Africa. We know this because of the massive, quite unplanned, controlled experiment that took place during COVID-19, where during the lockdown stages at different times, the sale of alcohol was completely prohibited. And this was also combined with various curfews, which restricted people's movement. Now, there have been a number of, in my view, quite dishonest arguments that have tried to claim that it was the curfews rather than anything else that reduced the numbers of non-natural deaths during the COVID lockdowns. But this is not true. It's almost all down to alcohol. And I'm sorry I can't show this, what I'm going to talk about now on a slide, because this is from data released just a few days ago. You can find it online if you go to the Medical Research Council femicide study, but I'm going to try and talk you through it. The latest MRC femicide study tracks the weekly numbers of reported intimate femicide cases, so that's partner killings, in South Africa, from April 2020 to March 21, which was the country's first year of COVID-19. And at the time, there was quite a lot of talk about the shadow pandemic. This assertion or this assumption that isolation and confinement were increasing violence against women. This data is not consistent, and it's not consistent between countries or regions. So while it is clear that many families experienced greatly increased stress during this year, and this obviously contributed to emotional and psychological abuse, in South Africa, the number of cases of murder declined overall, and so did the number of femicides. What the data clearly and unambiguously shows is that during periods where alcohol sales were totally prohibited, intimate femicide numbers declined, almost halving in some weeks. By comparison, during the times when even some alcohol sales were allowed, even when there was a night curfew in place, intimate femicides increased, and they have continued to increase ever since the restrictions were lifted. This is a very complex relationship to unpack. It is unlikely that South Africa will ever ban alcohol again, even though it would literally save tens of thousands of lives every single year. It is also very important to acknowledge narratives around race, income, and alcohol, where alcohol is often depicted as a problem only for people living in poverty, as if middle-class husbands don't also inflict very terrible and brutal violence on their families, maybe just fueled with more expensive whiskey. And this exposes another uncomfortable truth, that there are many things that we know, but we don't like to admit to knowing. We have double standards. I'm sorry the minister isn't here. Because, you see, it's easier to describe some men as abusers, but others are just misbehaving politicians or famous musicians. I always imagine what would happen if we held our National Assembly members to the same standards as we should, right? Just the men. Interesting, wouldn't it be? So, I want to include the justice system again in this discussion of connecting what we know with what we do. Some months ago, I was at a book festival where I had several people in the audience disagree with me about some of my criticisms of the ways in which we were failing to deal with femicide. And one of the people there pointed out how far we had come since the 1990s and how much easier it was, for example, to get a protection order these days. And I told this person that I cannot see any data that shows me that protection orders are doing the required job of actually protecting women. Now, it's quite hard to work out exactly how many applications are granted every year, how many temporary interdicts are finalized, because, and here's another regular feature in the problem, the Justice Department does not report on these figures very clearly. I love numbers, and I still can't understand their annual reports. It's impenetrable sometimes. But I do know from news reports and many other sources that many women are still being murdered with a protection order in their hands, in their handbag. So even though we supposedly have the right tools, there's something that's not right in the ways that we're using them. And this takes me back again to my earlier question. I want to reframe it now, and I want to ask if we are making the right connections, if we are asking for the right solutions, and I don't think we are. I'm going to use some very wise words here to end. And they were written over 20 years ago by the authors of the very first national femicide study. At the end of the study, the authors emphasized how important it was that there were police dockets, that there were now CAS numbers, that there were complete police investigations for each case. And also, this is very important, and I think this is a really important statement to make in the context of this Indaba, that police should do a better job of identifying the perpetrator, documenting information about the relationship between the perpetrator and the victim, and they should be obtaining a better history of previous violence. The other recommendations that were made at the end of the very first national femicide study, which I think was published in 2004 for the first time, so really 20 years ago. How good are these recommendations? There should be a public database that is built. Investigating officers should be trained how to investigate female murders. Guidelines should be developed for investigating female homicide cases and for managing these cases between various role players, including the police, pathologists, and prosecutors. You know, if you get admitted to hospital and you do a J88 or something, how does that file link to any of your other files anywhere else in the system? It doesn't. There's no tracking. That murder dockets should be tracked and monitored to ensure they are completed. That South African laws of evidence should allow the admission of information about a previous history of domestic violence. That there should be much greater gun control. That there should be better efforts to reduce alcohol abuse. I believe we know exactly what to do to reduce femicide in South Africa. But 20 years later, we're still not doing this. And this is where we need to start, not with bureaucracy, not with the words of bureaucracy, but with small, measurable, effective steps. And this is not actually the role of a community, this is the role of government. And one of my largest frustrations is how, over the years, our government has continued to push back and asked civil society and NGOs to step in and to provide functions and services and support to ensure the safety of our people, when that is the job of government. We have a real failure of the state in this regard, but we know exactly what to do. So instead of asking the president to simply admit that we have a femicide problem and asking to have another GBV summit, which costs millions, can we just ask for these steps that the femicide research authors asked for 20 years ago? That's the right place to start. Thank you.
So this is where this, you know, in my brain there is the normal thinking brain, and then there's the silly part that will say, where's the wine? Like, you know, how do we cope better? So I'm like, I'd like to acknowledge and thank all our speakers and panelists so far. We are now, I think, at 10 to 11, and I think a lot of food for thought. You know, you've asked some very, I'm like, I know I'd said, you know, silly questions, but you've asked some very critical questions that we need to interrogate. And as we break for tea, let us continue thinking about these questions. Let us continue, you know, let's keep them at the back of our minds so that when we come back, we can still ask panelists and we can still engage further. So we're now at 10 to the hour. We're going to take a 30-minute tea break. If we can come back at 11:20, and we'll continue with our program. Welcome back, everybody. Can we please take our seats? Okay, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed tea. I just wanted to just say an apology. One of our speakers had to leave early, Dr. Brody, and I know people had some questions for her. What we will try and do is see if we can share the presentation, but also her contact details so that we can take those conversations forward. Ms. Solomons is still here, so even during lunch, you can also engage her. So I do apologize. We started the program a bit late, so we were not able to have that panel discussion in terms of question and answers. We're coming back from tea now, and we're moving to our shelter panel discussion. This session will be facilitated by Zubaida, and we have got three amazing speakers on the panel. While we wait for Zubaida to come in, I think it's just for me to acknowledge that in this room we have got a representation nationally. You know, we've got people from Gauteng, from Free State, from Western Cape, from Limpopo and Mpumalanga. So it is a proper national discussion and conversation. And we also have colleagues who are joining us virtually online as well. So on that note, I'll hand over to Dr. Zubaida, and we start the session.
Thank you, Diane. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back from tea. So this is a panel that we've put together. But before I introduce my three guests here, I want to give you a little bit of background information on why and how this panel was actually put together. So the three organizations that are represented have been part of the Action, Learning and Mentoring program of the NISA Shelter model. Each of the three organizations were invited to participate in a year-long mentoring process after being allocated a mentor. Initially, a 3-day workshop was conducted to which board members and senior management were invited from each organization. The objectives of the workshop were to introduce the shelter model as a guide to good practice. Secondly, for the shelters to identify an area of change that they needed to improve their shelter practice. And the third one was to develop a plan to bring about this change. So once the shelters identified the areas that required improvement, they met with their respective individual mentors on a monthly basis to implement what plan it was that they had developed. In addition, when the mentors identified any additional gaps, workshops were conducted for all shelters receiving mentoring. So one of the workshops that was conducted last year was on reflection. How does a shelter involve themselves in the process of reflection? Because we find that shelters get so busy with the work and they really don't have time. So we wanted to help them set aside time to be able to reflect on what it is they were doing, how they were doing, and what it was that they could still improve. At the end of the mentoring period, each shelter was once again invited to a workshop where they presented their learnings, and this created an opportunity for peer learning. Having gone through this process, we decided to invite these three shelters to present their learnings and to evaluate if the process was worth the effort expended. And so this is why we invited these three wonderful women here. We're going to start with Sidi Matole. And Sidi is, she was born and raised in Limpopo province. She graduated with a social work degree from the Northwest University. She's currently pursuing her honors in psychology. She's worked as a mental health social worker at Pumalanga Mental Health Society in Middleburg, and currently she's a social worker and center manager of the Tirisano VEP in Mamaklake. I got it right the last time. So over to you, CD.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a nervous laugh. I think the first time that we met each other, most of you guys, was in 2022 when we entered the mentoring session, the action learning model with Dr. Zubeda. We were very lucky to have Dr. Zubeda as our mentor. And I think the mentoring, it actually found us at our lowest point as a shelter, because it's a hard pill to swallow, I know, but we have swallowed it. Anyway, it was at a point where we were not doing very well as a shelter, and then we were feeling that at any point the DSD can come and actually shut us down because we were not doing very well. And it was like impeccable timing when the action model actually came, the opportunity came to us, and we just told ourselves, you know what, we are going to be as honest as we possibly can be about the challenges that we have, so that we can allow ourselves to be able to be assisted. And today, I get to brag to you guys about, how far we have come as an organization. Like, complexion, because we're doing so well. And I think we owe that to the action learning model, because it has provided us with so many opportunities, and we have achieved more than we even set out to achieve. And the first thing that we realized during our mentoring session was that as a team, we needed to have a clear vision and a mission as an organization to say, who are we? What is it that we want to do? What is it that we want to achieve? And after having a clear mission and vision, it was then now we sat down with our mentor, who was guiding us very carefully, so to say, okay, you need to have policies and procedures in place, because we all know that in each and every organization there needs to be rules and regulations, there needs to be steps to be followed in how you are handling challenges and all of that. So those are the first things that we tackled. And after having a clear mission, we moved down to having rules and regulations and policies in place. And when we were busy doing that, we learned from our mentor to say that as the board member or as the executives of an organization, we need to bring along our staff members, to not just impose change on them, but to actually invite them. Because if we don't invite them to the change that is going to take place, we are actually going to be met with a lot of resistance. And then when we are met with a lot of resistance from our staff members, there's not much that we can achieve. So we've learned that very quickly, and we have adapted that, and then we moved along with that. And as a facility, we thought about the action model in terms of a tree. You know, like a tree has like roots, a stem, leaves, and fruits. So we thought about the action learning model in that sense, to say, these are our problems, these are the causes of our problems, these are the actions that we need to take, and then we will be able to enjoy the fruits of which we are currently now enjoying, and they taste very nice. Thank you. So we learned so much, and then we gave ourselves to the process. It was not very nice. We came a long way with our mentor. She was very patient with us. And the nice thing about the action learning model is that the mentor does not do the work. She guides you, and then you have to do the work for yourself and for your shelter as well, so that you are able to know what it took for you to move from one point to the other. And once we were doing that, we learned to say, okay, because that thing is a tree, the action learning model is a tree. We learned how to prioritize our challenges. You know, we have challenges, but then in terms of priority, they are not on the same level. Then we started to say, okay, on the priority list in terms of our problems, which ones can we tackle? And then we say, okay, SARS is our problem. We don't want to be in trouble with the taxman. So what can we do to make sure that we are on the right side? We we took our butts off, and then we went to the taxman to say, here we are, this is what we do, what do we need to do to get on this right side with you. They told us what to do, we followed those steps, and then we ticked it. Ding. Next item on the agenda, we needed to get on the right side with Department of Labor. Same process, we went there, introduced ourselves, this is who we are, and then this is what we want to achieve, what do we need to do. They gave us the steps. It was not very nice, but we did it anyway. And in terms of doing all of those processes, it actually helped us to be as compliant as we possibly can. Because right now we are on the right side with SARS or with the Department of Labor. We are on the right side with the DSD. In terms when they do come for monitoring, we are no longer saying, "Yee, what are these people doing at our gate?" I'm like, oh, we see an MG, like, okay, open the gate. Because we know that we have done the work and we are doing the work. So we are no longer now trying to play hide and seek with them. We just, oh, okay, come in, it's fine. You want this? Okay, it's there in the office. And even when I do have to leave, like right now I'm here, the shelter is there, I'm confident because we have learned. We have done the work. We are now operating as a team. There's no sabotaging tactics or whatever. We are operating as a team because of the capacity building strategies that we learned during our mentoring sessions. And something that we have achieved above was the confidence. We are now so much confident as an organization, both the staff members and board members. And we are so confident in a way that we are able to now approach certain people to say, hi, can you please come on board and assist us with this and that? And it was because of our confidence that one of our social workers was able to forge a relationship with the Peace Corps organization. It's an organization that is in South Africa where they're having different volunteers from all walks of life. And then I'm very fortunate today that one of the volunteers, our volunteer, is here with us today, Miss Wendy Scott. She's from the Peace Corps. And through that partnership, we have been able to implement a stepping stone project. And I think what I need to emphasize is that a stepping stone project is an accredited project that we have now currently trained about 16 facilitators, both our victims and survivors and other members of the community, including our staff members, to be able to teach young people in our community about making healthy choices. Because we know that when you're making healthy choices, you're learning about healthy relationships. You'll be able to tell the red flags very early on in your relationships to say, okay, this is not the path that I want to walk on. That is the project that is currently running. That is where we are now. Now I'm bragging, Pale. That is the project that is now being implemented. We are having family matters as well, that the training is due to start in January 2025, where now we are going to be teaching family members in terms of talking to their children. You know, sometimes in our cultures, I don't know about in other cultures, but then in my Pedi culture, it's very difficult for me to go and tell my mom that I have a boyfriend. It's very difficult to say, Mama, they will not hear it because it's unheard of in my culture. But once we have that Family Matters program up and running, we will be imparting certain skills with our community members, with our different kinds of families, to say, this is how you can actually go about having clear conversations about relationships, so that there's a lot of trust in the family. Even though if I'm like, maybe my boyfriend is like slapping me around, I can go to my mom to say, Ma, this is what is happening. And then I can be confident enough to say, my mother will trust me. My mother will act accordingly. She will not just say, we're not going to be talking about such things. So we are having those kind of projects that we are currently doing, because we want to move from just being a shelter that houses women. We want to be a progressive shelter. In line with this year's theme. We want to be progressive. We want to be seen as making valid changes in these women's lives. And then with that, we co-hosted our first beauty pageant that is aimed at raising awareness in GBV in our community, in the whole of Dr. J.S. Moroga. We called it the Miss Face of Dr. J.S. Moroga, where now we brought in young people, because at some point we need to sit down and to say, how can we reach out to young people? You can't go to young and hip, happening young people and start talking policies to them, start talking about the NSP to them. They're not going to listen to you. But then when you engage them on their level, then they are there with you. So we looked at our community to say, how can we bring young people together? And then that's where the idea came about. And then we partnered with Ms. Honze of, she's called the Motivator, and then we worked together to arrange this beauty pageant. But it's more than just a beauty pageant. It's a way of raising awareness. It's a way of bringing young people to say, let's talk about these uncomfortable things that are happening in our community, giving them the confidence to say, this thing is happening to me. How can I be assisted, or how do I now, because I'm aware of a certain problem, where do I go to report it, you know? And we've also partnered with the agricultural department to say, we want our gardening projects to move from just being a gardening project. We want to move it into being an economic skill. So the people from Ribonili said they are more experienced in plantings and stuff, in agricultural things, and they are now teaching them to say, after you have planted, how can you package and how can you sell into the community and generate some income for yourself? Because we want to move from just offering counseling. Yes, counseling is good, but at some point we need to be honest to say money is needed. In our families, when you have been abused in your own home, and then we need to ask for your extended family members to accommodate you. If you're not coming with something on the table, you're not going to be very much welcome. So there's a lot of things that we are doing as a facility, and we have grown. I can brag to you the whole day about the progressiveness that we've made, but I don't want to be seen like I'm too boastful, so I will leave it there for today. But we would really like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Z for really helping us to, with this action learning model, to learn about what is it that we needed to do and what we're doing. And then the action learning model is actually a gift that keeps on giving, because it's not like a model that you use for the same time, but then you can use it over and over again. And lastly, we'll just like to thank me. I'd like to thank me. Yes, for believing in myself and my team, to say we believe in ourselves that we can do it. Yes, it's not a nice road. We fall, it's full of potholes and everything. But what's important is that we learned to stand up, dust ourselves, and try again. Thank you.
Thank you, CD. What CD didn't tell you is that they also managed to get the Department of Human Settlements in Mpumalanga to actually build a few houses for survivors of gender-based violence. Now, this is quite a feat, because in the country, we have been struggling to get members of the department to come and present here. So this is an exceptional feat, and as she says, they've really moved mountains. So thank you for your presentation, and good luck.
Thank you. I didn't want to be too boastful, that's why I did not mention that one.
But I think it's an important thing that people need to know. So our next speaker is Lisha Stevens, and Lisha has a BA and honors degree. She's also has a master's degree in community development. Lisha was lecturing at University of Johannesburg for a while. She finished her master's cum laude, and she's the Gauteng provincial rep for the National Shelter Movement, and she also is the shelter worker at the NISA Institute's shelter. So over to you, Lisha.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all. Absolutely well done, colleague. You've come a really long way. Thank you so much for having this opportunity. So our shelter, NISA, which is a women's based shelter that houses victims of violence and crime together with their children, have also been through this process that my counterpart has been. In fact, we were not originally invited to participate, but a colleague of mine was brave enough to say, what about us, Dr. Zubaydah? What about our shelter, which is Dr. Zubaydah's shelter? And that's how we hopped along, and we are grateful, and yeah, we are still learning action model. I want to take you on a journey. A well-oiled machine. That is what NISA is. For 30 years, it has served the community, not only of Lenasia, which is the direct community, but the surrounding communities and even interprovincial. And that journey was sweat, tears, hard work, and action learning already. And this is how this model developed. We took on this challenge to see ourselves as this well oiled machine which is constantly moving and flowing. And we had to step back out of our time machine and look at it very critically as to where the gaps are, the challenges are, and things to work on. And in the beginning, we said, no, we are perfect. We know how things are run and everything goes smooth and accordingly. Little did we know, once we were participants off the train, the well-oiled train, we saw the gaps in our process. As a team, we met and identified goals as to work towards. Those goals looked at our governance policies. It looks at sheltering staff and interactions, human resources, and it looked at the shelter as a whole, not only being a safe haven, but being a psychosocial place for women to heal. We noticed that there were certain conflicts between staff, and we all know that there is conflict and no one wants to admit that. And we had to take it head on. Why? For the client. This is the reason why we went through this process. Not for ourselves, not for the next 30 years, but for that client who walks through that door, journeys with us until her process back into community. And that is why we had to reflect. We looked at our policies in terms of running of the shelter, our human resources policies, and we made progress. They were already in place, but there were gaps. And as we move forward, we all got on the bus, not only the team of Action Learning, but the whole staff of NISA. When you see a house mother, progressive sheltering, sitting with the client who is not able to eat because she doesn't know what it feels like to have a full meal, and coaching that client to eat little by little, that is progressive sheltering, where that client at the end of week 1 is able to actually enjoy a meal, able to sit with her child next to her and him have his own plate and no longer have to share with one another. That is the progressive sheltering we've seen through this process. Not only is the psychosocial team the important team at the shelter, no. Every single wheel on this well-oiled machine is important. And that is what we learned. And now our team works effectively from the intake up until the exit process. And when you see the transformation that this client has gone through, and you all take a step back, that is what we are fighting for. That is what our policies say are in place, but how if we are struggling financially? We talk about training and development, and for a while NISA was blessed to have funding available to train our clients in driver's license, in call center management jobs, in hairdressing and beauty, which resulted in employment for 3 clients, full-time employment. Clients were able to save their social income grants whilst at the shelter in order to buy a little space or room for themselves, a little kettle, a little bar of soap, so that when that process takes place of releasing back into the community, they had a safe space and a safe haven to go to. And that is the work that we do at Shelter. It is an emotional job for everyone, up to even our driver, because he's the one who spends time with them in the car. And without this action learning model, I feel, and my colleagues have said that, we would have fallen off the well-oiled machine because one of our screws were missing. we didn't acknowledge that it needed change. And if we didn't go through this process, we would have fallen. Our client would have fallen. I had a pretty presentation set out, but I'm just talking from the heart now. Because as I sit here, I see important people in the lives of sheltering. And I think this is the audience that us people on the ground have to talk to and to hear our stories, so that when budgets are missed, you hear or see the effects that we've been through. We had to turn away clients because we were no longer funded. Our doors were closed. I'm happy to be here, and I'm hoping our presence through this action learning process is revealing some of the things that we do on grassroots level. Economic development and empowerment. How, if no one is there to support us? Yes, there are private funders, but what is the role of government? Having the money returned back, I ask myself, how did that even happen? Because right now we're still not grounded as a shelter. And I just appeal to all in this room and to everyone listening online. Come have conversations with us. See what it is like to have a victim of violence with her children in front of you, and having them to turn around and say, sorry, we cannot accommodate you. And then, of course, there's always hope. That catchword Diane mentioned earlier, always hope. And when you see the smile and the life being brought back into your client in the way that she dresses, the way that she presents herself, the way that she mothers her children, and she walks out of that door, and not that we feel proud, it's not our intervention, it was hers. We were her wheel. She was the direction towards the wheel. And not only do we stop that process, but we continue the journey with her once she's back into the community. Action learning model for us has not stopped. We've actually reached our goals for last year, and now we are planning our 2025 goals. Because a wheel never stops. It needs refreshed oil all the time. And I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity that you've awarded NISA and our clientele that is NISA. Women's Institute for Women's Institute for Women's Development, NISA. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Alicia. I think that you can see very clearly that the journeys were slightly different, and they customized according to each shelter. So not all shelters need the same thing. So on that note, I'm going to ask Andisiwe to share with us her story. Before you go, Andisiwe was born in a small town called Ngobo in the Eastern Cape. She's a social work graduate from the University of the Western Cape. She's a social worker as well as the acting operations manager. Her passion is to help vulnerable women and children. Thank you, Andisiwe. You may go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I will also speak from the heart as well. We also started last year, February, and at that time we were sinking as an organization. And confusion, like staff and the board, it was just a fight because of internal issues, of course, and we didn't know how to resolve them. So when the call came, our previous manager, she applied for the mentorship with NISA. So she was no longer there. And then the board asked if will I jump and attend. I said I was coming. I came to Joburg and I attended. Yeah, we have gained a lot as an organization. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to Dr. Zubeda for carrying us along. I think if it was not for this mentorship, the Sizakenza Safe Home would have gone, and DSD, we were already on the red, under the red flag. And looking at it now, the VEP team is the only one that's standing. We had 3-4 programs. We have 2 substance, but both of them, they couldn't get the funding this year. But we managed to secure our own because they saw that we were fighting to be compliant, because we had the problems with policies, HR policies, which Dr. Zubeda helped us as well, and we didn't have enough funding to get somebody that is going to help with that. And for years there was no strategic planning. We were just working because we know the work. And then when she came in, and then she helped us to put everything into order. We looked at the policies. We revisited our vision and the mission. We were just working, not even looking at the vision. We were just focusing on our work. Then he just put us on the map on how things should be done. And then the staff and the board members, and then since the first meeting we had with Dr. Zubeda, we spoke with the board members and they were willing to come to the meeting, and then he also spoke with the staff. What I want to say today, as Sizagenza, we are working like together as a team, and we managed through this mentorship to secure funding at DGMT to do our strategic planning, which we could not do for many years because we didn't have funding. We also, through Dr. Zubeda, when they were saying that the mentorship is finished, they also asked if there are some people that want to continue. And I jumped because I knew us were still very far to complete all the gaps that we had at Sizagenza. And Dr. Zubeda said, it's fine. And I'm here to brag, like Lisa said. She managed to help us to get somebody that is going to help us with our strategic planning without paying a cent. And if you know how much strategic planning, people that are doing strategic planning, you understand. The person doesn't need anything from us, and he just gave us the dates, and he's willing to fly from here to Joburg. And it's through this mentorship program. I'm very, very happy, and we are all working together as a team, and we are busy with policies. We already have a consultant, and we didn't have the director for many years. And guess what? Because of DGMT funding, we are looking for the director. The board is busy with the process to recruit a director for us. So we have grown, and we are still growing. Even the staff, like, I've learned a lot. I just jumped, but I've learned a lot that if you want to progress in whatever that you are doing, you need to pull everyone so that they may not feel like you are just forcing, like you are doing things on your own. Put them from the beginning till the end. We are just moving smoothly. Last week we just had our AGM. It was always a struggle to have even AGM. The staff would say, we want the board, we want this, we want this, we want this. Why this is not happening? But this time around we just had a peaceful AGM. And I think, Dr. Zubeda, thank you so much. And the NISA program, we really appreciate everything that you have done for us. And as our name says, we will do it. Sizagenza, we will do it. We are looking forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andisiwe, and all 3 of the shelter participants. I think it's been a wonderful journey, and we're very proud to see that you guys have moved in ways that are helpful to the organization. All the best for the future, and I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to the panel. I'm just going to open it up to a few questions. If people have got questions for the panelists, please raise your hand and I will bring the mic to you.
Thank you very much, the three of you. That was so inspirational and really, I mean, hope is a great word, but without actions, it's just a word. So what I'd really like to know is, have you done a template just in terms of passing it on to other people to see what the processes that you did, what the challenges were, what the easy wins were, where the most work, what took up the most time? Is there something like that available? Because I think that just gives it longevity and can be measured. The success of it can be measured. Thank you for your contribution. So it's very.
Thank you. I'll take two more hands and then I'll hand it over to the panelists.
Thank you, ladies, for the presentation. As a new shelter starting, I know what it is to start a children's home, but I'm starting a shelter. We're calling it a healing center for women. Your processes and, starting your shelter, I know more or less the compliance, but processes in how to actually open, to say I'm able to open, what are the steps that I must look out for? What is the, there was one thing that somebody mentioned and I got from another shelter where cell phones, we must eliminate cell phones. And then earlier today I heard about, no, why would you want to take cell phones out? And from another shelter I was told to remove cell phones. So what is the proper processes for me going forward as a new shelter that's about to open? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last hand and then you'll respond.
Thank you very much, Sanbonani. My name is Abid Karim. I'm from the Alimdat Foundation. I just want to make a comment to the ladies that are umbogoto. Siyabonga kakhulu. Unkulunkulu busisa zonke wena. Esiphuma uKwaZulu Natal sikhuluma Zulu sis. I just want to say to the ladies here, the organization that I represent, we are within the district development model, the DDM nationally. You got colleagues that are from government, you'll understand what it is. Two things come out very clear. It's the first time in my 15 years that I'm sitting in a Indaba about shelter. Thank you, Dr. Zubeda and team, and Anissa and team. Umbogoto, you all are doing fantastic work. If you look in this hall here, where's the men? Yepim daughter. Aukon daughter, angit? Where are the men? Because these are the problems that we're having in the men's sector. Now my job is work intergovernment relations. I work in every sphere of government within the district development model. I'm finding in your comment and your contribution, one thing is missing here. You're looking for direction and Dr. Zubeda has been giving you all direction. My concern is I never heard in any one of you all talking now that this department did this for us and this department did this for us. I didn't hear it. And that's a big concern. Because remember one thing, you cannot do it alone. Two things came out. Your budget came out, you got no money, you got no guidance, you have to look for outside consultants, etc., etc., etc. My question is, the government has got a program known as the district development model, and I want you to go and look at this thing. It's a national rollout. You are supposed to be sitting in the war rooms of the district development. My sister over here is from the northern, what they call the northwest. There is a district development model in place. There's a district development model over here. You're supposed to be sitting in those war rooms and talking about your problems. And the department that's involved in it, they are here. They're supposed to be helping you. Those awareness campaign, and if they're not helping you, you need to bring them to in line because that's their mandate. I'm sorry, I'm very vociferous when it comes to this because I sit in that space. And it's sad to know that what you all are doing as the national shelter, excellent work throughout the country, you know who are supposed to be doing it. You all know, I don't want to say it here and sound like I'm being, picking on people. But you need to ask about the DDM. Please write this down. Google it, District Development Model. My colleagues from Social Development, you are here from National. I would have thought that in this session, that you would have had a presentation on the District Development Model. That is where you sit in your war room, in your ward, and you talk all your stories. And what are your issues are, what your problems are. Every sector was supposed to. You spoke about you had 3 houses built by the Department of Human Settlements. And you had to go and look for them. Why were they not there? So then they must come to the district development model and come and answer and tell us, look, we got this, we're doing the shelter. But government cannot do it alone, we agree. We're going to work with you. As Alimdar Foundation, we help them. I'm just making you knowledgeable of the district development model. And I'm requesting Dr. Zubaida and team, please have an engagement with the provincial government here, Office of the Premier, kala la papezol, ushaya knock his door. Knock the door of the Premier and say, Nkinga, we want to talk to you all and these are our challenges. I'll stop here, I don't want to go, I got so much to share with you. But thank you very much for inviting us to this conference. And I've seen that I've never been to any of these shelter situations. We have people in Durban in shelters and they want this and want that, but I didn't know there was something like this. But thank you very much, Mbogoto. Thank you very much, people. And I just think, let's start getting government involved because government cannot do it alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Zubaida to respond to the first question, and then I'll hand over to the panelists to also respond to the questions. Take this one.
Thank you. Thanks, Diane. Just in terms of the first question, I think it was Annalisa. I wanted to say to you that what we've done is we're actually producing a handbook based on the experiences that we've had in mentoring. So the handbook should be ready by January of next year, in which we're recording everything that you are asking so that people could actually use the handbook directly themselves if they haven't been involved in a mentoring process. And so I think that should be quite helpful for other shelters. We're trying to open up the program and look for other possibilities because there are lots of possibilities that have developed as a result of this program.
Okay. Thank you so much for your questions and engagement. And I think just to follow up on what Dr. Z was saying, what we did was that we took the model that they gave to us, repapile a bit anyway, so because we made it out to suit our needs. We tailor-made it to fit us. We were just thinking about our own problems. So that is why we made it out into a tree, to say the roots, the stem, the leaves, and the fruits, because that is how we understood the model better. We just took what was given and then we just drew it in a pretty picture that we would like to look at, and we have that up on our wall to always remind us where we come from and what is it that we want to achieve, you know. And in terms of allowing certain things in your shelter, I think that also goes to where you are situated and how is it that you are going to be running your facility. For instance, in terms of cell phones, we don't allow cell phones in our shelter. But however, we needed to bring something on the table to kind of try to compensate that. So what we do is that their personal cell phones, we take them and we put them like in a locked safe, and we offer our shelter cell phone to say that if you need to make a call, you can use our shelter cell phone. If you need to use the internet for whatever reason, you come to the office and then we allow you to access your emails for whatever a reason that you might need to. So we did not just take away the cell phones and did not put anything on the table. I mean, like, we are living in a technological world. You don't want to remove certain communications from people. And we try to monitor that, because at some point our victims, you might find that they are saying that they are ready and everything, but then on the side they are texting the boyfriend to say, I'm at this location, please come pick me up, and all of that. So we are, it's a bit of a touchy, sensitive thing to do, but we also try to monitor the conversations that they are having, because at some point we had like in something of like a hostage situation where like someone's husband was there at the shelter and like really monitoring our movements, and then I just heard someone say, I know where you live, and all of that. So we needed to put some of the security measures in place. And I would really like to acknowledge the comments that were made there, because to get the RDPs made, we went back and forth, we went to hell and came back. It was really a fight, and we needed to get them to say, can you please care a little bit? But we're very thankful that at the end of the day the houses were built, but then we needed to fight with them. And at some point the departments are gatekeepers, if you think about it, because for us to have our home renovated, we had to go through the Department of Community Safety and Liaison to have the SAB Sharp come on board for them to renovate our house, for it to be a disability friendly house. And you know, for shelters that are in rural areas, it's very difficult to access things that are happening in towns. And then we needed to justify to the community of safety to say, why do we deserve to have our home renovated, where else there are nicer shelters in town? Because we are actually very far from the actual Mpumalanga. We are in Mamit, like Witbank is about 3 hours away. I don't need to talk about Witbank. I mean, Nelspruit, we are so very far. So accessing certain opportunities for us in rural areas is very much difficult. So that is why we are always relying on the NSM to kind of learn what is happening in the new spaces, and then it's very helpful that they break down things in a way that we can understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This is just a small token to say thank you to our panelists. But I think also just to note that our panelists are still here, so you can still engage them during lunch, tea in the afternoon and also tomorrow. So I think even for new and upcoming shelters like yourself, you can also still continue to engage with them.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, you can take your leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to sit because I think that light, but then I will leave you alone. Thank you for that. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is facilitating the process of maintenance for survivors of gender-based violence. One of the things somebody has spoken about is around some of the services that shelters do provide women when they come into those shelters. And the person who will be leading us in this discussion is Farhana Hussein, and she is a candidate attorney, wrote her board exams and became a professional assistant, then became a supervisory professional with the Legal Aid SA from 2006 to 2015. And she was appointed to the regional court bench this year, and has also acted in the High Court of South Africa. So on that note, I would like to welcome you to the chair. The podium has gone, but we can find it. I'll bring your podium. Oh, you come.
Good morning, colleagues, or it's good afternoon. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be part of this conference, this conversation. It's very, very close to my heart. I represent the judiciary, the Republic of South Africa. Yes, currently I am a regional court magistrate in Limpopo, Polokwane. That's where I'm based. I'm also acting in the High Court currently. I was there last week, North Gauteng High Court, and yeah, I'm just listening to all the conversations that have been done so far, and I must say you are all amazing. Each one of you mentioned so important things that we as a judiciary, we see it on the daily basis, especially Miss Nicole, who spoke about the evil that you see on a daily basis. And believe you me, we see it on a daily basis. Just yesterday, I had a matter where I had to deal with a 4-year-old seeing his father shooting his mom in a cold blood. And I had to deal with that testimony through an intermediary, sitting in a intermediary room, crying tears, constantly adjourning because he's unable to relate what happened that night, but he's the only eyewitness that saw what happened. And today he's 9 years old, and it touched everyone in court, even the interpreter who was sitting in that court, the intermediary that was sitting in court, and everyone then said it was only the magistrate who did not shed a tear. But believe you me, when I adjourned and went to my chambers, it was not like I did not shed a tear. So yeah, we human, we see it every day. GBV matters, and it's very touching because we constantly have debriefing sessions, because we also get traumatized because the buck stops with us. It's where the perpetrator relates actually what occurred on that day after the victim's testimony, and then you have to deliver a judgment, and you only as good as the evidence that was presented to you, because if the police are not doing their work, NPA is not doing their work, and when that person walks, it's then said through social media the courts are releasing perpetrators. So that's just little bit of the background of the work and the stress that presiding officers go through on a daily basis. And as I said, our blood is the same color. We share the same red blood as everyone, and we see it, especially when you have your own families. You try not to allow that to happen to your own families, especially when you have young kids. You constantly telling them, don't allow anyone to touch you inappropriately. I do it on a constant basis. You also watching what happens, who speaks to them, especially at family functions. So it's like how Diane said earlier, the abuse doesn't start very late. It starts with small steps where the person touches you, speaks to you inappropriately. And I've also done my presentation, but I'm speaking more from the heart because I'm going to be speaking about the Domestic Violence Act particularly, and the relief that GBV victims have in respect of the legislation that we have. So I'm not going to go through each slide per se, but I want to say that the abuse is different. There's emotional abuse, there's sexual abuse, there's a psychological abuse that victims go through on a daily basis. So if I can just start with my presentation, when we talk of domestic violence particularly, as I said, we talk of physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, intimidation, harassment, and damage to property. And the question then we ask is, where do these victims, or what relief do they have? And their final step after having found that shelter is to get some relief at the courts. And the Domestic Violence Act has been amended just recently, which I sat on that panel to make those amendments where initially the victims did not have relief over weekends, particularly. It was quite hard to access a magistrate to sign the interim orders or the final orders. And because of the new amendments, we now work overtime on weekends. Once the interim orders application is made, there's online signatures for us to append our signature to ensure that that interim order is now in force, and that victim has some relief or some protection. But I heard one of our sisters earlier indicating, I don't know if it was Prof. Brody, indicating the issue of in the issue comes in rural areas where the victims don't have access to data, don't have access to internet, and you living in the same home with your perpetrator. So the issue then comes in, how do you now do your application online, or to who do you then say, I'm struggling in this home, I'm unable to even leave to get access to a court, to get that protection that I need. So there is that struggle, but I think we trying, the department's also trying. There's a lot of amendments that have helped a lot of victims. I also want to indicate that I was also involved in the being in an ambassador for GBV for the 100-day World of Impact challenge. We facilitated that. Particularly, I was the ambassador for the last 2 years in Limpopo province, and the amazing work that came out of that was seeing how many cases were finalized. The matters that were stagnant, we were able to get everyone on board and be able to finalize cases. And what we just got out of the 100-day challenge now a month ago. However, we still proceeded to facilitate and utilize whatever was implemented there to finalize cases more speedily, so that victims who come to court do not sit with the matter for over 2 years and their matter is not being finalized. So we also must say that after the protection orders are implemented, we also, if they are violated, it then becomes a criminal case. We then see the perpetrator in a criminal court, who's then the matter is heard and he's then sentenced accordingly. So if you, most of the domestic violence matters are heard in the district court, where the jurisdiction of sentence is about 3 years. However, the Domestic Violence Act has a particular penal legislation which indicates that the a perpetrator can be sentenced up to 10 years. So even if you're not sitting in a regional court where your jurisdiction is 15 years to life, you're able to still implement and impose a 10-year sentence on a perpetrator. So in actual effect, I'm not here to to praise my colleagues or say how hard we're trying, but we only, as I said earlier, good as the matter that comes before us, because we don't have access to the dockets, we don't have access to the files. You see it on the day you hear a matter, and you are it's completely on a clean slate, so you don't know what happens behind that matter. So yeah, if I can just come back and skip most of my presentation because I do not want to go over time. It's more particularly on what the Domestic Violence Act talks about in respect of maintenance for the GBV victims, and the act does facilitate for such, where there's monetary relief, as well as maintenance. So when the victim comes before you, you're able to implement some type of monetary relief, because the perpetrator ensures that he cuts off all funds for the victim. So the act does specify that you can come for a maintenance to the court, and the presiding officer is able to grant that maintenance relief for the victim, as well as the monetary relief. And that is all done until the final order is implemented. So those orders are there. It's we doing it on a constant basis, and especially when victims and the perpetrator is staying in the same home. It's very, very difficult because they don't have access to food items, they don't have access to transport, and as soon as you make those orders, they also do not abide by those orders, and then becomes a violation of that order. And so as soon as the victim goes back, you reinstate the order, but it's only as far as you can go, because if it's not implemented, it becomes a criminal matter then, because you're not abiding by the domestic violence legislation. So all I can say is the Domestic Violence Act is allowing victims to have maintenance. It's there. It works in conjunction with the Maintenance Act. You do not have to send the victim to a maintenance court where a fully blown inquiry has to be carried out. It's done in a domestic violence court. The order is there. It's on the interim order. It's on the final order, and all you have to do is present your case and indicate that I'm now not having access to any funds, and based on what the respondent is earning, based on what the complainant is earning, the order is then made. So yeah, that's basically my presentation. I am available for questions. I do not want to go very deep into the constitution and the human rights that we have, but my presentation is available. I drafted it. It's accompanied by case law, and if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer all the questions regarding the maintenance and monetary relief for the victims of gender-based violence. So thank you, colleagues.
Before you leave, I'm going to open up to 2 or 3 questions before we bring our next panelist. Do we have any questions? Okay, here's the first.
It's a question but also a comment, and that is that, again, like, when we started the Indaba, we've got beautiful laws, we've got beautiful, that, but in practice, women still, experience that there's an order, a maintenance order, but, it's mostly men, then have the lawyers that they get, when the women must go and, to maintenance court, either the person is sick or he changed, from a lawyer, and it takes months before, that order is actually, that relief is actually experienced. I mean, I personally know of a couple of people that where there's an order for maintenance to be paid, but when it comes to the actual payment being done, that doesn't happen. And I mean, it's back and forth to court. And you know what, that when a woman must go to court, it's a day off from work. And it's really, what we see in practice is that the law still fails our women.
I'm coming that side. Let me just take the second hand here, and then I've acknowledged that you had
Thank you and good morning. Mine is triggered by what you said at the beginning and how, in the sharing of the story of the 9-year-old, even the room in this, like presently, it shifted. I'm wondering, how do you and other practitioners in the room, we need to reflect on this. So I'm a trained drama therapist by profession, but I work for DGMT, holding the GBV projects. I'm wondering how you're taking care of yourself, because this work is very critical, the work that we're doing, but having been exposed to this work just for 2 years, I've noted how I've shifted and disconnected. I've caught myself a number of times. I'm a mother of 3. You have this job and all those things. How do you take care of yourself? Yes, there is a need for this work, for us to hold these roles and facilitate all of this, but we still also have a mandate of raising healthy families in our my interest is that how did you process after that incident? I mean, this is just one of those. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll let you respond to those two, and then I'll come that side.
Thank you. So, to my sister here in front, I agree with what you're saying. We see very old cases, and as I said, because we moved the program of the GBV 100-day challenge, we saw a lot of maintenance cases that were very old, mostly known as backlog cases in the province that were finalized. So I'm hoping that that project can be rolled out to all the provinces. I see the next province was Western Cape, and it's coming to Gauteng shortly. So I also heard you indicating there was an order that was made. However, it's not being implemented. And as soon as an order, especially because the maintenance court and the domestic violence court falls under the family section, there are repercussions. If an order is not complied with because it's an order of court, it becomes a criminal offense. And we have particularly Section 31 of the Maintenance Act, where there's no compliance of the maintenance orders in many courts, and that is where that moves to. So there is a relief for the victim. As soon as the order is not complied with, you report it to your nearest magistrate court, to the maintenance section. They know what to do. There's maintenance officers there. They open a criminal case, particularly Section 31, and we see it in court on a daily basis, especially where a matter hasn't started. What we also undertook to do, to make interim orders for maintenance. So you don't have to move into a fully blown inquiry, but if you know the role is heavy, you implement an interim order for relief for a child, for a GBV victim, especially a spouse, because there's spousal maintenance as well. And you implement the interim order so that victims are not left with no money. And you might find most of the interim orders are then made final orders of court, because they finally then agree, both parties, to that amount. But if there's still a disagreement, it goes into a fully blown inquiry. So all I can say, there is relief in terms of the legislation. I know it looks, like you said, beautiful, but it's there to be implemented. And especially when victims or respondents get attorneys, I don't want to comment on that, but because I'm not involved in how they do their matter, I just hear those applications and make orders that are best for both parties in the interest of justice. So yeah, all I can say, there's interim orders that can be implemented. If the orders are not complied with, there's criminal repercussions that can be implemented. So yeah, thank you. Oh, okay. So I hope I answered a bit of your question and your concern. But if you're still having, we can have a chat later. to my colleague there, yeah, it's very difficult, especially like how I said earlier, especially when you have a 6-year-old son going to school, you trying to ensure that he's raised to be a proper gentleman when he's grown up. But I don't want to make it a gender thing, because we don't only see females that come as complainants, we also see males that come as complainants. And if I can just say something, we see it, and especially when they walk into your office, you think the female is the complainant and the male is the respondent. And we just had a matter the other day where it was switched around. So you constantly, I was just speaking to Nicole and Veronica earlier, where you constantly on high alert, trying to ensure that your kids are not victims of gender-based violence, your families are not part of gender-based violence. But how I try to de-stress is I like going on safari. I like nature, and that's how I de-stress. Especially on weekends, I love being with my family. I don't like talking about court or cases, and that's how I de-stress. I love being with them and just being out of court. But if I can tell you what happened yesterday, everyone shed a tear, and when we adjourned, it was not like I didn't shed a tear. It came out, but you need to then divorce yourself a bit from it, because you have to make the best possible judgment in the interest of justice. And we do have debriefing sessions. We do have a psychologist. We do have trauma counseling. We just had one last week on Thursday between 1 and 2 for presiding officers. So we do get that. The department does offer those trauma counseling. But it's also, I think, your family that help you to process it, to realize there's more to that. So, yeah. I hope I answered your question as well. Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'm very happy that we're talking about this particular issue. And we need to call it by its name. It's called financial violence. And we really never call it by the name that it is. And I was saying now that I'm very triggered by this conversation, because we have not started to take away the burden on the woman when it comes to the issues of financial violence. For 10 years, I went to the maintenance court until I gave up. Over and over, powerful as I am with all the people that I know, I can phone and try to make things around, but the system kept on failing when it comes to maintenance. I've received a lot of orders, and at one stage I was receiving R1. So that was a direct insult to the court. But the men who are presiding over these cases, the violence that you get as you are coming in there as a woman. I'll give you a simple example that you may think that it's not important. I walk in and I sit and I talk to the guy who you have to speak to. I sit down and he speaks standing, talking to me. A man walks in, he sits down. So when you bring these things, people think that maybe you're a mad woman. And the tracking of cases is also still on the burden of the woman. Because my maintenance case, I speak about it, and now I'm also an official of government, people think that I can be able to assist them. But how do women then trace the man who decide that he's going to go to another province? How does the woman then have forced to deliver a court order for that matter? Because you have to go and deliver it. You have to go to the police station and ask for the police to come with you in the police van, by the way. You then are at the in the police van yourself, whilst you are going to this person's house for them to deliver this. I won't talk about the HR officials who are men as well, who then do not enforce these orders. There's something about the attitudes that we need to change around men about being on each other's sides, even if they don't know each other. You walk in at the magistrate's court and you look at the presiding officer. 3 court orders that have not been adhered to, but he still would not do the right thing in the interest of the child. You know, because this is about children. Maybe as well, we need to start maybe a campaign that talks about the responsibilities, you know, here. Because people always think that maintenance and access, these things go hand in hand. But they don't go hand in hand. But all I'm saying is that this conversation about financial violence, we're not talking about it enough. And as a person who is always have to talk about things that are in the best interest of the children, we really need to look at this one, because it is very triggering. As I'm sitting here, I decided to stop because it was not going anywhere. The magistrates were not helping, the police were not helping, not a single person was helping. And I'm saying to you, I went over and over to the court and I told the court that I'm receiving 1 rand after a 5,000 rand order. And still, nobody could see that that was an insult to the court. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Verana. I want to just appreciate your presentation. I'm also so triggered when I heard our last speaker, and there was a question that I wanted to ask, but I just want to appreciate that this is real talk, that this is something that's very close to my heart. And I'm so triggered because I've been through what the last speaker has been through. I may be sitting here with a sash. You may see me and have a perception of me, but I've raised my 2 kids since they were 2 years old by myself because the maintenance court failed me for 4 years. And when I heard the previous speaker speaking about, you know, the stress that you go through. I mean, I am a high-ranking legal professional, but I was unable to get justice. How do you deal with the stress? And I was just speaking with Mr. Malope, and as much as you know, we are so passionate about what we do, and we go out and we fight every day. We need to take care of ourselves. So I was just so blessed speaking to you and Nicole during the break, because for me, this is real. And I know many women that are sitting here, it's real. And to just come here and to, you know, appreciate that there are other people that also go through it, but are also on a daily basis fighting. So I just want to appreciate all the strong women who get up every day having a 25-hour job, and you know, you also one of them, and you understand the stresses that we go through, but we get up, we dress up, we make up, and we go out into the world to make a powerful impact, because our past does not determine our future. We step out in faith every day, and every step that we take is because God ordained us to be where we are. So I want to say to you, no matter what your struggle is or your stress, you get up and you go, girl, and you do you, because God placed you there for a reason. And I'll ask you my question during lunch. Thank you.
Where's the wine? You know, and I think, you know, these are real conversations. And I think that's what we really need to honor and acknowledge, that these are real conversations. I think a lot of times, you come and you're like, oh, it'll be okay. And then somebody shares a very powerful story and it hits home. And I think as everybody's saying, we're doing this work not because, we want to, but because we need to. It's a calling. But even I think, and I want to thank and applaud everybody for sharing your stories, because I think a lot of times, and I think one of the speakers earlier on spoke about, the face. Who's the face? And a lot of us have got an idea of who that face is, but we don't acknowledge that that face can be anybody. So I don't know if you want to just, have some closing remarks, and then I'll call my next speaker.
Veronica and my sister, I think she just left earlier. I'll also answer her, speak to her during lunchtime, because I don't want us to go over time. But Veronica, thank you so much for what you're saying, as well as my colleague sitting in the second row and you're in front. You know, I said how we deal with this, and it's so true. You get up each and every day, and if you make a difference to one person's life, Diane, you feel so fulfilled. You're able to sleep on your pillow comfortably, and you know you made a difference. And so I must say it's an individual thing. If you're able to know that you're going there for a purpose to make a difference in somebody's life, then you're good to go. But if you're going to carry on with negativity, that you can't do this, you can't make a difference in somebody's life, then it's a whole different issue. But just that one person, you know you've made a difference. So yeah, I just want to say thank you. I know Zubeida is also not here. To Diane, Melanie, I'm still yet to meet her. Seema, I saw Seema. You all doing such amazing work, and that is why I feel so passionate about this, because it drives me every day to make a difference. And I know I'm in the right place. I'm with the right people who are doing so much to make a difference. So well done to all of you. Keep going. Do not give up, because even if you know you made a difference in one person's life, you're good to go. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And here's just... Thank you so much. I'm going to call on my next speaker, and as Tamara comes down, I watch a lot of TV, and one of the things I love watching is Law and Order, Criminal Intent, and I love the comment you made around, judiciaries are also human beings like us, but as you sit there making, because a lot of times, you go into court and you are just there with this cold face. So even as women share their experiences, you don't know, has it landed? Because all you're seeing is this. And that's what we see. But I think it's good for us to hear that, you're also people that, when you hear these stories, they also affect you. But I think a key thing is also around the fact that, self-care is happening. And that the judiciary is also taking care of you guys as people who are presiding over these matters. So my next speaker is Ms. Tamara Bram, and she is an experienced development consultant with over 30 years in the field of different capacities, ranging from supporting locally based organizations, social movements, but also working with senior government and political officers. So I will hand over to you. I will be your podium.
Thank you. It's okay. I'll find a way to do this. Oh, that'll be nice. Thank you, Sharon. Sometimes you need it, and sometimes it's okay to do this. I can get up. Thanks so much. As they say, God is good all the time. So it's been a very humbling experience. I should say all protocols observed. You know, friends, comrades, sisters. It's been a very humbling experience to sit here this morning and to listen to the stories, but also just to feel the love, the energy of people in the room and the people who shared. So thank you, and thank you to the National Shelter Movement of South Africa and to DSD for inviting me to share some of our thinking. And I really want to frame it as some of our thinking. And here I include my colleague who unfortunately couldn't join me, Professor Benita Moolman, who's based at the Africa Gender Institute at UCT. And I also just want to say I can really relate to and appreciate the theme of this Indaba, progressive sheltering. I think it's such an important theme, and I want to spend a little time just talking about why we got to this thing of decoloniality. Because I think we're all in this space of asking ourselves, but why are we still sitting here, right? Many of us have been doing this work for 30, 40, 50 years. And why are we still sitting with the kind of data that some colleagues have shared earlier today? And so there is a need to be asking hard questions. And so just to give you some context for how we got to this space of talking about decolonial lens. I was working in the private office of the president when he was the AU chair in 2020. And the question was, how do we feed into some of the kind of progressive steps that were taking place in our country across the region? What do we need to do around that? And what's common in our experience across Africa? And I think one of the things we can say very loudly is the history of colonialism, right? Almost all our countries across Africa have been immersed in a history of brutal violence through colonialism. And so in answering that question, we were also asking, so what does that mean for our work on violence against women and girls, in that language? And that's when we commissioned a paper of taking a decolonial lens, and all the information we have we will share with the shelter movement, so I can go out to colleagues here who are interested in thinking with us, because that's what we're talking about, is thinking collectively. And so we commissioned a paper which three colleagues, Professor Floretta Bunzaya, Shosi Kesi, you may know some of these people who's Tanzanian, so it was between a Zambian, a Tanzanian and South African who wrote the paper, and it was really to go a little deeper. What does this decolonial lens mean for our work on violence against women and girls? We then hosted a symposium in April 2023, which brought together 15 African countries and mainly activists, right? People like yourselves working in this field to say, okay, so this is what the conceptual theory is saying. What does it mean for what we're doing? And we're still grappling with those questions. Ford Foundation has also been a partner within this process. And so in looking at their prevention work, they also asked the question, what does this mean? So for me, this is a very nice opportunity to explore with you what could this mean in relation to sheltering. And I don't know if you've been in spaces where you feel comfortably uncomfortable. You're listening to an analysis and understanding of things and you're relating to it, but you're also feeling there's something missing. And that's really what our exploration has been. What is missing? What do we need to, as much as we are doing such amazing work together, what is it that we need to be doing a little differently? And sometimes we get defensive, right, in our comfort zones, thinking we do know what we're doing. So one of the things I want to do, and I know we have a little time, so I'm gonna try and skip some of what I prepared, but the lens, a lot of people here, and that's why I said at the beginning I'm humbled, are talking about their experience. This presentation and what I'm sharing with you is a lens that we're trying to, we're sharing, and we're saying, can we also use this lens to make sense of our experience and to deepen the important work we're doing? So I'm taking you to in a little bit of a different space. And moving on to the next, I've got a thing, you see. Where do I need to point this to? Oh, the bottom one. Thank you. Thank you. So I was going to talk a little bit when I was thinking about this presentation, the understanding of sheltering. Colleagues, you'll see that picture from your website, right? And the exploration of what a decolonial approach means and how it can be leveraged to add value to sheltering. I don't want to spend time talking about sheltering. I'm not qualified to do it. Colleagues, the panel previously spoke in depth about it, and I think we all understand as we're sitting in this room about sheltering. So I more want to talk about what sometimes informs some of our approaches to sheltering. I'm not going to spend time on the slide. It captures the different elements of sheltering, the safety issue, holistic support, etc. And I think for me, this slide tries to capture some of what you're already doing in terms of progressive sheltering, right? Innovative approaches that are taking place, inclusivity and non-discrimination. And I think the panel earlier on really spoke to what progressive sheltering means. So one of the things that I think when we talk about the decolonial lens, what are some of our approaches embedded in what we found with the prevention work, that a lot of the approaches to gender-based violence are often embedded in models that are not necessarily born in our experience within Africa. And so I want to speak a little bit about this and then come back to it. So often many of the approaches are historically Western feminist approaches, right? That have formed the foundation for our approaches to sheltering. And they've centered on the individual survivor on a journey to recovery, healing and justice, which we know is critical, and we maintain it continues to be critical from everything we've said here this morning. The other thing that's also been quite core to the approach is the criminal justice system as the primary vehicle for justice and a reliance on the state as the protector of women. And I think as we think about it, I think some of the critiques that we can offer here is that we need to, that decoloniality potentially offers, is that we need to focus on the individual and her rights, that it's shaped through different intersecting differences, such as where do we live, right? Issues around race, issues around age, issues around sexual orientation, issues around gender identity, etc., etc. And that this approach has not necessarily, if you look at criminal justice and you look at some of the focus on the individual, it's not adequately connected women to their life source, such as the networks of love and support that are sustainable throughout our lives. It's somewhat disregarded African ways of knowing that foreground collective, restorative and reparative justice approaches. So this is just a kind of quick thing there. Now what we've found with this work is that it's very useful for us to, often when we're talking about this, to make the connections between colonialism and violence against women and girls. So I'm going to pause and we're going to show you a quick video and then come back to what this could mean for our work. And I'm not sure how to switch this on, colleagues. The sound is not on.
Africa is a continent of vast beauty and significant resources with a rich and diverse history and population. Africa has been known to be very rich in resources such as gold, diamond, oil, natural gas, copper, uranium, and others, with almost every country having a deposit of natural resources. Despite this, Africa is the poorest, as its resources continue to enrich other parts of the world. The region is alive with the agency of her people, captured through resistance, restoration, and ongoing resilience, despite challenges that the region continues to face. High levels of violence against women and girls undermines the very fabric of African societies. What is violence against women and girls? The Maputo Protocol defines violence against women in the following way. Violence against women means all acts perpetrated against women which cause or could cause them physical, sexual, psychological, and economical harm, including the threat to take such acts or to undertake the imposition of arbitrary restrictions on or deprivation of fundamental freedoms in private or public life in peacetime and during situations of armed conflict or of war. Many civil society organizations across the region have been involved in a range of programs towards ending violence against women and girls. The African Union has taken a number of important steps to respond to this scourge, notably harnessing heads of state leadership and making the decision to develop a convention on violence against women and girls at its summit in February 2023. Development partners such as UN agencies and others have embarked on partnership and programs on violence against women and girls across the region. Despite all these critical efforts, violence against women and girls remain unacceptably high as the most normalized form of brutality and human rights violation impacting on individual girls, women's relationship, health and lives, and at the same time undermining the entire fabric of our societies. It scars girls, boys, families, and destroys healthy human relationships. We know that boys who grow up in houses where they witness their mother being abused are more likely to abuse themselves, and that girls growing up in such homes are more likely to find themselves in abusive relationships as adults. We have to stop this intergenerational cycle by asking bold questions. What are we not understanding? How can we strengthen our regional response? Let's look back to history to understand all of this. The age of modern colonialism started about 1500 when Europeans discovered a sea route around Africa's southern coast in 1488 and that of America in 1492. It was at this time as well that the slave trade began, forming the foundation of modern racism. Between 1501 and 1866, approximately 12.5 million African slaves were taken on slave ships from Africa across the Atlantic in the most inhumane and brutal conditions. The second wave of colonial expansion began during the 19th century, centering around the African continent in what is called the Scramble for Africa. European nations such as Britain, France, Portugal, and Spain sliced up the continent, creating arbitrary borders and claiming large sections of land for themselves. This resulted in extreme forms of control and violence, such as the practices of amputations, where soldiers were instructed to return with severed limbs for every bullet they shot, forced labor, and murder. This artificial border split cultural groups, resulting in fierce ethnic tensions that have continued to have devastating ramifications throughout the continent. Indigenous political, economic, and social institutions were decimated, as were traditional ways of life, which were deemed inferior. Moreover, many of the economic policies that the colonizers imposed on the people of Africa prioritized the extraction of resources from colonized land to benefit the colonizers. The resulting economic and social inequalities persist to this day and contribute to the perpetuation of violence against women and girls. With the introduction of cash crops, women's power and economic autonomy was snatched from them. Men benefited from the exclusion of women from the global marketplace and unremunerated labor. Over the past century, across Africa, struggles for independence have been waged and countries have been decolonized. The land and the political systems have been taken back and independence from colonial rule has taken root. The process of decolonization stretched over a long period of time. In some colonies, changes were accompanied by violence and war, and others gained their independence peacefully. This shows the resilience of African societies and oppressed people to reclaim, rebuild, restore, and reshape their own destinies. Despite countries in Africa gaining their independence, new instruments were used to continue to exert power over African countries. Neocolonialism is the use of political and economic pressures by more developed nations, especially former colonial powers, to dominate and control less developed countries, which are often former colonies. This violent history of colonialism, slavery, and dispossession has had a profound impact on the African continent. But Africans over the length and breadth of our continent fought for the right to self-determination and the right to sovereignty. Africa-driven responses, Africa-wide visions, Africa-centered approaches are key to effectively end violence against women and girls. This means responding to the material realities of poverty and inequality in our societies as this drive violence against women and girls. This means responding to the psychological legacy of colonialism that perpetuate racism and ideologies of inferiority, which then feeds into levels of violence against women and girls in our communities. This means changing systems and ways of doing things that do not place the lived experience of the victim at the center. This means embracing the diversity of our roots and drawing on that as a strength to forge new social and economic relationships. As Africans, we see and experience our common human beingness through each other. As Africans, we believe in Ubuntu, caring and supportive communities that raise confident girls and boys to take their rightful place in society. We will use our history to co-create an Africa free from the shackles of racism, patriarchy, and any ideas that entrench the violence of inequality, discrimination, and inferiority. Together as Africans, we can end violence against women and girls on every corner of our continent.
Thank you. It feels like, you know, when you watch the video, it feels like now I should say, do you want to comment on it? And I'm constrained because of time. So maybe if people do afterwards. I think that what the video tries to do is just to show the linkage, right? That we're merging from a history of deep violence and the importance of us taking that into account as we think through our programming in our region. I want to just go on to this particular slide. And I think what this slide, just talking about colonialism and that video, right? What the video shows is how colonialism and apartheid in our context has dismembered, right? Our communities, our people, ourselves. And that we are immersed in historical and collective ongoing trauma. So that's the context within which our survivor comes to the shelter. And so the decolonial kind of lens, it asks us to undo and unlearn the complexity of violence. The immediate violence that a survivor would present in at the shelter, but also the broader violence within which she finds herself. It also asks us to redo and reimagine non-violent futures. And I know in our counseling and in some of the work we're doing, you are doing that within the shelter. But it asks for an intentionality about it, given our experience. It also asks us, and I think I'll talk a little bit more about this, remembering as a response to dismembering. Because if we reflect on that video, the levels of dismembering, of self, of community, right, of families, and we can relate to that within our history in this country. And so there needs to be, when we talk about healing, when we talk about the communities within which we work, we need to bring that back together. And then, of course, the commitment to healing of personhood, spirit, and community, bringing our beingness, together. And on this, I'm not going to go through all my slides just because of time. I want to talk through what we call the atmosphere of violence. So in many instances, I'm sure colleagues have heard the frame, we have cultures of violence, right, in our communities. And so this decolonial lens is saying, when we talk about cultures of violence, we also, in one way, pathologizing our communities, right? And instead, we want to draw on Frans Fanon and what he talks about, an atmosphere of violence, where we have all these systems within which we locate ourselves, our communities, you know, and our work. So the violence, so, you know, to go into a community and say, let's change the social norms, right? Let's do something here. There's something much deeper going on when people are hungry. I mean, and the colleagues in this room know this very deeply. When people are dealing with very bread and butter issues. And so our responses and the way we look at these issues have to take that into account. And look at the universality of the impact. So there's no culture of violence in a Manenberg or, you know, in Cebu King or wherever else, but we're living in a global environment that creates an atmosphere of violence. And somebody earlier spoke about the degree to which violence is normalized, right, in our global context. And we stop even thinking about what's going on in the Middle East, right? And then somebody will say, oh, have you heard? Because it's become so normalized. And so it's that context within which we need to understand the violence against women and girls and the kinds of needs of our survivors. I just want to see if I'm missing anything that I'm wanting to say. And so we came up with this particular thing which we've called the Ubuntu constellation as a kind of framework that can maybe help us start to understand violence against women and girls, or gender-based violence and femicide in the South African context, as a very, you know, understand it and also look at what do we do to respond to it. So when we speak about energy as currency for change, we know that a lot of the issues in our communities, the issues around material things, housing, there's inequality all the time, right? But the one thing, and I was reminded by it this morning as people were talking, the one thing we all have, and we equally have, is energy, right? It's the love. It's the stuff that we were talking about. It's the solidarity. It's the interconnectedness. It's what keeps us going no matter what's going on, no matter how the court is failing us, no matter how whatever else is failing us. It's that energy. And so we're saying, as we grapple with how do we change this, we need to work with what already exists there. What are the positive assets in our community, right? And so working with that energy as a currency for change, we see as very important. You'll see that around is the atmosphere of violence that we're referring to, right? The issues of inequality, capitalism, material deprivation, neocolonialism, psychological violence, heterosexism. You can see all of them there. Right? And this colonial lens is also important because it also helps us understand the state and the neo-colonial state and the issues that the state, many of states in Africa have a debt burden, right? And are under austerity measures. And this is not about not holding the state accountable for services, but it's locating and understanding what does that then mean for how we engage and what we do. And so this is the atmosphere of violence, and we're saying let's work with what's in our communities, that energy, right? And then let's look at these different elements. We've got love and connection, solidarity, interconnectedness, justice, rage, reparations, restitution, right? And to start using some of those concepts to think about what does that mean for us and our work in responding to violence. And there I want to just, you know, and you'll see some of these questions, you know, how can we build and bolster the values of love and compassion in our communities? I think within the work, within shelters, you're doing that. You're doing so much of that, right? But how do you do that with an intentionality as well of restoration and self-love? Some of the stuff we were talking about, right? Looking after ourselves, but also finding ways to make that, because those are social norms. When we say let's change the social norms, there are social norms in our communities of love and compassion. I'm sure we can all relate to that. So how do we use that? How do we leverage that in our work as shelters, but also in our general work on violence against women and girls? How do we imagine our communities to feel and to look like? Right? What's that community we want to see? We heard about the terrible brutality, babies, young people, the way the system is failing us. But what is it we want to see, and how can we do that? And I think the example, for example, of the 100-day challenges, right? And bringing people together to kind of look at a problem and say, we can do this. Because if there's one word that's been coming through this morning, it's the word of hope. Right? So I think it's about looking at that. What are the spaces and places in which we can foster social connectedness? And that social connectedness is so critical in terms of our responses. And I'm going to come back to that in a slide a little later on. We also want to think about issues around, and we often don't use this language in the violence against women work, right? Issues of restitution, social restitution, reparations, right? What could that look like? So when we talk about social restitution, we're talking about perpetrators giving back, right? And what can that look like in terms of funding and the shelter movement? It's just questions we wanting to share. Reparations. How do we do reparations? Is it about a young woman being moved out of the community, going to college and being supported to do that, bursaries for school children who are in our shelters, How can we think about these concepts and leverage them within our own context? And then when we look at the issue of justice, often and importantly, very importantly, criminal justice and the input before me and the kinds of discussions holding the state accountable remains critical. But we also need to look at other forms of justice. What do survivors see as justice for their experience? What are the forms of justice that have happened historically in our communities? And sometimes it's family meetings as well, right? But whose voice is in the family meeting? So it's about also how do we try and shift things and find ways. And then I think the issue of rage is critical, right? Because often we come into shelters and we are so afraid, right? And we're so diminished. And so how do we work with and facilitate some of these things? I'm just giving a couple of examples here. And maybe I should move on because I'm worried about time. And so you'll see here, we talk about healing, feeling safe, reconnection, connecting with who they are, supporting them to reclaim their power, right? And making survivors feel comfortable, understanding where they come from in all that complexity that we're talking about, that we referred to earlier in terms of all those systems, unemployment, poverty, deprivation, all those things that weigh on the person that's sitting in front of you. And I think I just want to also say, the National Shelter Movement has been doing work. And sometimes we use terms and we say, oh, what does that now mean? A new term on the block. But actually, often we already organically doing this work. So when we talk about this publication, Letting Our Power Glow, I think that part of a decolonial approach is linking the person beyond the human physical body to the spirit, right? And I think that's a very powerful thing because that's very much present in our communities. And I think in your publication, you talk about mind, body, and spirit, right? So I think what it allows us to do is to understand victimhood and perpetration rooted in the wider systems of violence, to tap into existing forms of knowing and expand and affirm ways of being, right? That people bring into the process, working, as I said, with individual and community assets. And I know as people, particularly the people in the psychosocial space, that you do this, right? But also how do we strengthen that connection at the community level? And then, as we said earlier, harnessing positive community values. And then foregrounding mutual support as integral to healing. And I've got a slide on that particular one because I think it's something that we don't enough recognize We know when you ask, and research has shown this, who's the first person that you speak to when you've been a victim of violence? And what are the common answers? You can just shout it out. If a survivor is in front of you and you ask who's the person you spoke to, the first person you spoke to, it's often a neighbor, right? A friend, right? An auntie. It's those people, and then that person may bring them to the shelter, or may take them to the police, or may take them to the clinic. But that particular person, we often have not factored enough in terms of what does that mean for how we can strengthen our response. And so here we're also speaking about, emphasizing interconnectedness and solidarity as a critical resource. Sorry. Yes, please. So here I've put the power of sisterhood, which is that interconnectedness. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. So if you think about your own life, who's your network? Right? The women in your lives, right? There's a very strong network when we go through difficult challenges in our lives. They call to our lives. And so when we think about navigating, looking at some of the kind of challenges at a policy level that we have around sheltering, for example, is there a way we can think about those networks as a very important space, or a very important asset that we can use, right, to look at some of the stuff like second stage housing, right, which is not, again, taking the responsibility of the state and some of the advocacy work we're doing, but it's also about thinking outside of that and thinking about how can we look at the resources within the community to do some of this work. And then, and I think these are some of the issue of remembering. I spoke to a little bit, but looking at how do we remember? How do we bring back together the self, the person who's sitting in front of us, ourselves, the person we work with, the children, the relationships that survivors are working with, that they're trying to get out of, the communities that our survivors come from, and the ways in which we work as shelters. How do we start pulling that together in different ways? And then some of these areas, I think when one looks at the psychosocial element and the worldview of the counselor and how that impacts on the client, right? And how important it is when we take a decolonial lens to think about what is our worldview. Are we entrenching? And sometimes it's very unintentional, right? Are we entrenching a sense of inferiority given all the kind of burdens of systems we're talking about? Or are we intentionally finding ways to lift that person out of that kind of thinking, whether it's racism? I had a conversation with Zubaida, Islamophobia, right? So you look at the client and you immediately make a number of assumptions, and then the way you engage with that client, disempowers her fundamentally. The issue of working with children, because at the core, the decolonial lens also talks about how do we restore our sense of being, right? So in our work with children, how are we intentionally doing that in the shelter? And we can take each of these and look at that. The issue of community outreach, how are we reimagining different kinds of communities? I think what the decolonial lens also does with a focus on healing, it makes the linkage between what we traditionally call response and what we call prevention, right? That it's one circle of trying to create different communities, which in turn then impact on less survivors being exposed to the levels of violence that we do have currently. Yeah, and so, I'm leaving you just with some ideas, and I think the important question which I want to throw to you really is, what are the ways in which you think this kind of decolonial lens can enrich your work, your shelter, right? And you as you know as a human being, because I think often we don't enough grapple with the extent to which racism, our histories, etc., have impacted on how good or bad we feel about ourselves. And maybe lastly, just to make one comment, and it's about this issue of a whole of society approach. I think that this Indaba, bringing Department of Social Development and the shelter movement together, is very inspiring. Because I think that, and I think some of the comments that were made earlier, the importance of rebuilding trust, right, between government and civil society. Because often, and some of the ways in which people were sharing that relationship is unfolding, is one of power over as opposed to power between, right? And connecting with each other. And it's a patriarchal way of relating when one hears some of that reflection. So as government, there's really a need, not only government, but government in that instance, there's really a need for us to reflect on what is that imagined future, right? And how do we rebuild trust? Because we cannot do this alone. I think if there's one thing we've understood in this country over the last few years is we have to work collaboratively. And we have to find ways of working with each other that is Ubuntu, that is respectful, and that is building that connection. And I think just drawing on the presentation earlier on intimate femicide, where the presenter spoke about how it happens in the home, right? And the importance of us knowing where it happens and the social norms on marriage, right? But what's the implication of that? The implication of that is, yes, the state can do more, but the implication is that all of society has to play its role. Right? Leadership, individuals and institutions, whether it's a religious institution, whether it's a work institution, whether it's a school, all of us have to come together to play the kinds of role, and we need to work collaboratively to do that. And I think somebody from the floor raised the district development model as a strategic, coherent way to do that. But we also want to say that as we think about this Ubuntu constellation, and we're still in the process of refining this work, so we're sharing our thinking, and hopefully we can work with you collaboratively to see in South Africa, how do we take this concept and really in an intentional way integrate it, so we're not only responding to the violence of the individual in front of us, but also the structural violence that's brought that individual there. The structural violence of that community, that atmosphere of violence, in how we're responding and how we're rebuilding. Because in doing that, we will reshape a different kind of society. I just like this quote. You know, and I think one of the elements we have in our Ubuntu thing is joy, right? And I think, you know, I was so, with the introductory remarks earlier, they were saying we need to laugh, right? And so there's this thing as well with the Ubuntu constellation. It's positive energy, right? It's also within all this trauma, and we need to be able to laugh. And we need to be able to find each other and find the joy to do this work. So those are just some of the thoughts from my side, and I'm gonna leave this thing here actually.
Thank you so much, Tamara. I think before you leave, as I'm just going to open the floor for 2 to 3 questions, if you'll indulge me. So here's the first hand.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Matashwane Matabane, but you can call me Jules. I'm from the NBI, the National Business Initiative. And I just, as someone who's part of the youth, I just wanted to ask, I was really interested in the constellation, the whole flow of energy. Our new flow of energy is social media. And when it comes to social media, how do we then engage the youth? When it comes to the government, how do you then start incorporating social media into our new way of communication? how can the youth start reaching out to shelters on social media? Because a lot of them are crying on social media when they are hurt. There's a new kind of gender-based violence that's appearing now, which is called technological facilitated gender-based violence. It's a new kind of violence. How are we addressing this for the new generation? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I think it's a very critical question because this what we're presenting is sharing thinking, and I know that social media has a huge influence, right, on people's thinking. So I do think that I'm going to respond to this work and then maybe a little bit on the sheltering. But I think the kind of ideas that we have here when we talk about social connectedness, right? When we talk about love, when we talk about interdependence, for me, these concepts, young people need to take them up and work out what do they mean and share that kind of information, you know, using social media, using clips showing what this actually means, because we're actually talking about healing deep trauma, historical deep trauma, right? But also we're talking about rebuilding a different kind of society. And so I think finding ways to harness social media to put across those kinds of values in ways that youth in themselves will, you know, will get. Right, somebody like me will never be able to do that, right? But I think that's what's needed. It's picking them up. Oh, this is what reparations means. We're gonna run with this, right? And this is what it's going and getting discussion and debate. So the purpose of this kind of thing is to get us to think, to put on the glasses with a different lens that adds more texture to the wonderful work people are already doing. And I think similarly with shelters, it's also to look at how can we use social media to support the work that's happening in shelters, to build the kind of connections that requires, we all know, to run a home takes so many things, right? Your own home. Now you have a shelter and all the complexities of homing a diverse group of people. So how can we use that social media again to tap into at a community level? And it was so lovely to hear in some of the discussions ones had informally and also the presentation, how people are just getting up, you know, being impulsive and going out there and finding ways to connect. And so I think social media is a connecting thing, but it cannot also replace human connection. I mean, maybe I sound like an old lady now, do I? Because I think that human connection remains really critical in terms of our work. And I hope, I know we're going to, I thank you for listening to me, and I hope that some of some of the thinking can deepen the work that you're doing, and we're certainly going to be working with the shelter movement on really refining in a much more granular way what this could mean, because we think it's exciting and it's something we can share with the rest of the region and the global south. Thanks.
Okay, this is just to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think thank you for the question around technology, because I think that is a gap around how we are programming, but also how we are providing information to young people. I think at a country level, we do have policies that address technology and gender-based violence and violence in general, but there is that need to educate and to make that information a lot more accessible to young people who are utilizing technology and social media. So I'm like, we can continue that conversation. And I think in the spirit of energies, we have come to lunchtime. We want to respect that people need to eat, rejuvenate, but also utilize the opportunity to continue some of these conversations that we've started having in this platform. So we are going to be having lunch. I think we're now at past. A bit after 30:30. Lunch is on the first floor, but also as you exit, can you please sign for a t-shirt? Because in the spirit of solidarity, once again, I think, you know, when we are all branding sounds wrong, but when we're all wearing the same T-shirts, you know, it also just creates that sense of solidarity. It will get people who are also operating or utilizing the space to come and ask that question around, why are you wearing this T-shirt? Tell me more. So please, as we go out for lunch, please can you just sign out for a T-shirt from DSD, once again speaking about our partnership and collaboration with the department. And we're going to have lunch for an hour. We are now at 25 to. If we can come back at 25 to as well. We have an hour. We are going to lock the venue. Yes? I'm not sure if we're going to be able to lock up the venue. So please just carry your laptops for today, and I will find out for, you know, going forward. Thank you.
Is it on? Are we good to go, everybody? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Annalisa Son, and I am a member of the National Shelter Movement South Africa's board. It's my honor today to be the program director this afternoon, and my first job is to welcome you all back into the room, welcome you to this Indaba, and to all the priceless conversations and addresses that we've already had today. I think we've all going to take home lots of lessons. I'm assuming we've all been well fed and watered. And my first task, as Melanie's given me, is to ask all of us during this afternoon to think about what resolutions we would like to create. And resolutions, I'm trying to simplify it even for myself. It's the firming up of a decision. So it's not only saying what you want, but attaching an action to it. So we do this with each Indaba, but right now, for me, burning issues are known to the organizations and the wherever people are, the organizations where they are, everybody knows what the burning issues are, and mostly they know what the solutions are. And so this is a great opportunity that I would hate you to miss, to actually put down on paper what it is that you would like to have as a resolution, based on your own experience, your own challenges, and your own victories. So that's my first request. So during the afternoon, and then you can either email it or you can write it on a piece of paper and drop it with Melanie at the front desk. And then secondly, I wanted to say that progressive sheltering for me is such an apt theme this year, because eliminating gender-based violence, it seems like a mammoth task. But when we have progressive sheltering and an appreciation of the significance and the relevance of having shelters, then we have realistic goals and we have something that we can measure, that we're making a difference for the survivors of gender-based violence. So the thing that joins all of us in this group and at this Indaba is that we are all aware that awareness is insufficient. We need political will, we need accountability, we need measurable actions. It's so easy to sit and write down objectives, but how do we actually measure whether we are making any progress? So collaborations, partnerships, and human connections are vital. And even being in this room, the face-to-face connections that we make in this Indaba, what we get from it is so much more and so much more personal. Just having people giving personal accounts and feeling safe in this space really does make a difference. So it's my honor in appreciation to introduce our next speaker, who is well known to most of us who have been here before, Mr. Sibusisi Eddie Mahlope, who is a social work graduate from the University of Pretoria. He has nearly 2 decades of experience. He has a good combination of work experience from both the public and private sector. He currently serves the DSD National as a director, VEP and prevention of GBV. He has completed a master's course with pending research in public management and governance at the Northwest University. May I invite him to address us, and we look forward to hearing you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll try to be as brief as possible to save time. The colleague who was supposed to address us is my colleague who's the Chief Director, Legal Services at the Department of Social Development, Mr. Luyanda Mchochisa. He could not make it, so I I think it's still critical that we engage on this matter, at least to sort of provide status update to say where are we. Colleagues, you will know, most of you, if not all of us, that there is the Victim Support Services Bill that has been in the process for a very longest of time. When we're debating whether this discussion should be brought here or not, there were a lot of technicalities to say, but the matter is already before cabinet, and whether must it be discussed further. Those who did law, they know that as soon as the matter is before the president, you cannot open it up for any discussion. But what we are just going to do as a department is to just give status to say where are we with the Victim Support Services Bill, especially because we come quite a long way, colleagues, with this document. I'm happy to say just a day ago, the team at National had a briefing with the minister where we were actually preparing her to take the document to cabinet. The Victim Support Services Bill has been to cabinet before, and it was approved by cabinet to go to public comments. So it was then gazetted during the COVID period. I think we actually opened the time for public comments at that time for, I think it was about 90 days or so. I can't remember exactly. And then we received overwhelming inputs and comments from civil society. Following that, we then had to take into account those comments that came from the public. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritties of the comments as such, because you know, and I'm saying you know because I know that there are legal minds in the room, that after there are public comments, it goes to what they call Office of the State Law. It went into that office. It was found to be constitutional. While we were there, we also had to engage NEDLEC on it. They had to look at it and say, what are the economic impact of the bill? We went to NEDLEC. It was around November last year. We were in that process until about February this year. It was a lengthy process. And then there was full concurrence or rather support from NEDLEC, and thereafter we had to go back to our own clusters in government. You will know we have what we call the DevCom, we've got social cluster, we've got JCPS cluster, we have social cluster, DevCom, JCPS cluster. It was approved by those DG at JCPS cluster to say yes, since state law advisors have found the bill to be constitutional, it must be introduced into cabinet committees. So as I stand here now today, the Victim Support Services Bill, which is meant for the way that we always use, putting the victim in the center of the criminal justice system. And I know, colleagues, I'm in the space, I know that we are all to see that happening. I'm also very much aware that we, as government, we are very good in coming with all these pieces of legislations. We've got the Domestic Violence Act. It has recently been reviewed, but my colleague earlier on here, Dr. Brody, spoke about the fact that victims still die with protection orders. And then, but the Domestic Violence Act has just been reviewed. And I know that it's talking about monitoring of the protection orders. It's talking about allocation of subs to look at. It talks about us judging the risk of assessing the risk of that the victim will face. Whether those things are happening, it's something else. So why am I saying that? I want to say to us, we quite advanced with the Victim Support Services Bill. I don't know if I've indicated 29th is going to be in the cabinet committees. It is very easy for all of us to say, and then what? Because there are already all other pieces of legislations that are there. But I want to say to us colleagues, it is actually going to be the first time that we have a legislation that has been that will be developed in this space, and that is just talking about the victim. Domestic violence, yes, it talks to the issues of victims in terms of domestic violence. SORMA does, but this one we are saying, let's look at how do we, in a real sense, protect victims from secondary victimization. And I'm challenging you, if you have not seen the bill, please go and have a look at the bill. After it has been enacted in Parliament, of course, we will still go again for public hearings. That is the process that we undertake. There's also going to be process of coming up with the regulations. So it will be a very consultative process. We are really confident, having gotten mandate from you. I must say, the comments that came at that time, there were over, the ones that we processed were over 386. And I know it's a fraction in terms of the population in this country. You can say that. But there were also forums that we engaged. I remember we had to engage with the Mosaic. We had to engage with Sonke Gender Justice. We had to engage with women's forums in Gauteng. In terms of, after the actual public comments, we still went to quite a number of other civil society organizations or independent organizations that are apart from the state. We also had, there's a organization that is called, it's Action S, it's not, I almost said other things. What are they called? They are consolidating the laws. It's an NPO in Cape Town. I'm not remembering now. Tate Kolane is also not remembering. But they are actually also keeping us on our toes. Now and then they'll be asking us to say, but where is this bill? What is the status? I was hoping one of them will be here. So we've really gone at length in terms of getting this piece of legislation onto the door of cabinet. And there we are now. We are just hoping that, because remember also colleagues, we've got a new administration, if I can put it like that, the 7th administration. So while we go there, there are also chances that they can say, we are engaging this document for the first time as this administration, so go back. We are hoping that's not going to be the case, because that what also, if you look at 2019, and here we are today is 2024, we are still talking about consultations of 2019. It is also easy for us to sit and say, look, this is now maybe outdated or whatever, but what I also always say to the team is that we rather get the legislation there and we will have it and then we can be able to review. But when it's not there, it does take long to get it onto the system. I can assure you, we're coming with this document years. So from where we are, my prayer is that it gets to the 7th administration committees of cabinet. They agree to say it be presented to Parliament. We get it through. I know civil society organization, and I'm going to start it now. There's an issue that is in the bill that talks to ensuring that programs that are provided in facilities like shelters are registered, are accredited. And we can say, but where's the money going to come from? You know, who's going to do all of that? But remember, because it will be a law, it will be rather conducive or easier to say, but you have set this as a state, as a law. So can we get it to happen? Can we get the funding to implement it? But now if we have the strategy is good, this policy is good, but those documents are not as biting as a piece of legislation. That's at least what I think it's going to be a good thing for the sector to get the victim support services bill. It will also, one of the colleagues, I think it was the last speaker before lunch, spoke about restitution for the victims. It's one of the things that this bill begin to talk about, to say, how do we make sure that there's restitution for the victim? How do we make sure that as much as we are able to provide all other services for offenders and perpetrators of GPV, the same services are afforded for the victim. It's things that are there in this piece of legislation. And it is things that we've even gone to an extent of then saying, when we look at money, you know, with any piece of legislation, you need to cost it. There's what they called a SAYAS process. They look at the socio-economic impact assessment status of that bill to say where you're going to get the money. So this also went through to your DPME and so forth, and it was approved or granted. They granted us that certificate to say, from what is presented here, the state will have to make the resources available for ensuring that we put the victim first. So maybe for the first time, we will say we are putting the victim in the center of the criminal justice in the real sense, because there will be a piece of legislation that they can use. Lastly, if I can ask all of us here, who currently by law is able to say, I'm able to tell the victims their rights, and with all confidence, because I know that there's legislation that can stand and protect them. And maybe this is the time we will say, now there is this legislation that says, as much as I can say, you have a right to remain silent. By the way, they like it. I can say now the same to the victim, to say, these are your rights that you have. And we can talk about the victims' rights week that we have and so forth, but it just remain on the paper and there's no repercussions for it. But we want to believe as a sector that if it is there in law, it is maybe the right direction to which we're taking these issues forward. Colleagues, so that's the brief that I wanted just to give in terms of the status. 29th of October, Minister Dolashe will be presenting the bill in the committees of cabinet and requesting that the president have a look at it. And let's all please look forward to that. And I want to say, Chair, normally so I do allow that if there are questions from the floor, the questions are not going to change the bill, it's already in cabinet, but it's important that colleagues have the questions and they are answered, and I'm able to answer them. Thank you, colleagues.
So if there are any burning questions, 1 or 2 questions we'll allow. Comments, statements? Bernadine?
Thank you. Yes, Sabu. It's the question I have for you is related to the bill. I think everybody in the room has the same question. It's a burning question for us, and it's a matter of concern. There has been for a very long time this indication that DSD is going to pull services away from NGOs. And I heard earlier today that there was an allusion to that in a meeting with the Gauteng DSD minister. Is that a policy? Are we looking at that? Should we be concerned?
Anybody else?
Good afternoon. Yes, Anandi, I do believe we need structures and disciplines and frameworks. But at this stage, the shelters have to be rezoned. And the funding to do the rezoning is just not available. And that is part of the criteria on the new SLAs going forward. And it's been made very clear, if we do not have those documents and we are not compliant, there is a challenge. So I would like you to answer on that question as well. But on that note, may I take this opportunity of wishing every single boss in this platform today Happy Bosses Day.
Is that it?
Thank you, colleagues. Oh, this audience has been very nice to me. Thank you so much, colleagues. Maybe to start with the first one, whether services will be pulled off. I must just firstly say there is nowhere in this bill that it talks. In fact, this bill talks about service providers, and it defines them as civil society organizations. So it's in the piece of legislations. There's an understanding that civil society organizations, they are side by side with government as an implementing partner. And I think the history of our country says so as well. That is why we have got such strong also Chapter 9 institution governed by the Constitution. I do not foresee a situation. There's no policy, number one. The bill is not proposing that. And there is no move that says government will take all services from civil society organization. I think if there is such a thing, I can say it on DST TV to say it's a rumor and it's something that is at the moment impossible, if I can put it like that, colleagues. Yeah, so that will be my response. The Victim Support Services Bill is not suggesting that. There is no such a policy even from the department that talks to that. The sector funding policy, in fact, which is developed by this very department, talks about how we should be funding civil society as a policy of government. So yeah, and even when we get some of the funding, like your CARA, your Criminal Asset Recovery Accounts Fund, majority of those fundings, they go to civil society organizations. Just a year or two ago, we released, I think, was it 80 or so, 80 or 100 million rand, that a lot of it went specifically to funding civil society organizations. So yeah, I don't want to go into what Gauteng is saying, but I'm talking from what national government is saying of social development. Thank you, colleagues. And then the second question, program director and colleagues, about the issue of rezoning. I'm going to give my honest opinion, and it can be recorded. We have in the program of victim empowerment from national side, we have the DQA process, developmental quality assurance process that we do. And that process undertakes, when we undertake that process of looking at the shelter to be eligible to house victims of trafficking in persons, one of the ways in which we make sure that that service is not compromised is the fact that we will say there can be a conditional granting of the facility to provide that service. And when we say conditional, it's when we're saying here's a set criteria, which is an ideal, but we know that at the end of the day, whether the criteria is met or not, victims still need a service, isn't it? So we'll then say conditional approval must be granted, and you grant it based on the fact that you are not meeting 100% of what you must meet for now, but services still needs to be provided to victims. So for me, I don't foresee why rezoning must prevent altogether victims from accessing a service. So if it means as a sector we need to move towards that, to say, while we are working on this, let's have conditional approvals of certain things. And I think it's something that we need to be looking at from DSD point of view when we set up all these criteria. Because the reality is, when a victim arrives into a shelter, there's much more than whether the shelter is rezoned or not, colleagues. We all know. That's just the reality. And the approach of saying, because now the place is not rezoned, you cannot provide funding, that's where we will have more and more fly-by-nights in the space. Because now you will push everyone out, and you would have then a lot of much more illegal things happening because you will have a revolt from the civil society organization, and that's not the direction we want to take. So my honest view, and I'm talking this also as a senior manager from the department, is that we should have conditions that we put in place to say, yes, you are not meeting the criteria now, but whether we like it or not, you still provide the service, and victims will need the service. And if the service is not there, then can we really say rezoning must now be the reason why we cannot protect a woman from fatalities of GBV? So this is the position that we should be taking as a sector in the interest of victims. So that's honestly my view. And I think because we are implementing this on TIP, there's nothing that stops us from implementing it across. TIP, I'm not sure how much time we give the facility that the Kolwane, when we grant conditional, how much time do we then give the facility to say, then we are, you are conditionally approved that you must provide the service, because you are already providing the service in most cases. So 24, yeah? Yeah. Yes, Tate Kolane says it's 2 years that is given to the facility, and I'm talking human trafficking, and then it's 4 years that is full accreditation, and then we come and relook at it again. I'm not sure when I'm linking things that are linking up, but I see there's a follow-up program director. I still have time?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That gives me a little bit of ease. But I'm using our shelter as an example. We've been operating for 35 years. Same place, same everything. Now we must rezone. The rezoning has a huge cost to it. Where do we as the shelters get that kind of funding to be fully compliant? We're probably looking, like our rezoning, we probably needed between 150 and 200,000 rand. I mean, in Fuleni area, I mean, hello, do I have to say anything? We're on the news every day with our municipality. Where do we go? How do we handle this? It's a huge stress. We go to meetings, it gets thrown at you. If you are not compliant, you're not going to get funding. If you're not compliant, you're going to get funding. That's not on.
Thank you, thanks, ma'am. Yeah. And I'm sorry, colleague, that you're going through that frustration. And it's a reality, I know. Because maybe you might know that the department partnered with the Public Works and Infrastructure Department. And there were houses that were identified to be converted into GPV shelters across the country. Oh, and I'm looking at one of my colleagues who was instrumental in that project. You know, one of the issues is that those buildings or houses, they are unoccupied state-owned buildings that were utilized in the past, maybe by SAPS officials, by your magistrate in those days who were using state houses, by government officials at different levels in the previous regime. Those houses are now given to DSD, some of them, to say, have a look at them, whether are these properties that you can be able to utilize for purposes of accommodating women. One of the biggest headache, we are government department, one of our biggest headache is the same thing. We are actually battling to operationalize a number of those because of the same issue of we need to rezone those properties. But the strange thing again, while I'm saying that, it's not across the country where that is the biggest issue. It is unfortunately here where I'm standing. We got the same number of houses. In fact, I can say it because it's on reports, it's on minister speeches. We got about 6 houses in the Western Cape. They were converted within very short space of time, and they were utilized. And Western Cape took a position to say the rezoning, and not only Western Cape, even Northwest and Free State, they said the service is much more critical than these other things. And they converted those. Minister went and launched them. In Free State, I can confirm, we've just launched, and also in Northwest, one of the houses was in Ngakamoder Molema in Mafikeng, another one is in Rustenburg. That one was offered by the mine. And then in Western Cape, like I said, more of those houses were in Lanesberg, in Riversdale, Albertinia, Heidelberg. There were those houses in the Western Cape. Aurora, I even know the names of the places. So those houses were, as we speak, they are operating as shelters. But for some reasons, we do have a challenge here in Gauteng. We have, is it 5, 6 that are standing empty, and we are worried that they will be vandalized because of an issue of rezoning. So I'm just trying to empathize with us to say we ourselves, as DSD National, we are sitting with the same issue in Gauteng. Maybe as part of the solution to this, because it's a contentious and it's a very important issue, we cannot just let it lie and not talk to it. Maybe we must move towards a direction where if we are bringing these new criteria, then they must come with the funding. Isn't it? It's a once-off. Then it must be included in that funding. It just becomes reasonable. And I think that is why, as stakeholders, we are here. If that has to be the one of the things that we put forward, so be it, to say any rezoning that comes while the service is running, then the state must take accountability to do that. I think otherwise, why we are here if we cannot engage on these things and come up with solutions? So for me, I think that should be the direction that we take, to say the service has been running, and now that it must meet other criteria and there are no fundings that talks to that, then that criteria must then suggest how the money should come. And I'm proposing that program director to say there must be that relook, that when that criteria is set for, it might not only be here in Gauteng. If that criteria comes in, we must look at supporting that criteria as government, because how else is it going to be supported? Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to present you with this little gift, a sign of appreciation for all. And thank you for always taking your time to do a presentation and answer our questions and follow-up questions. And I see many resolutions that you can create from the challenges that you raised. Thank you. Is Sean Samuels, please identify yourself. Oh, there he is. So if the fight against gender-based violence requires men to be allies, to stand up and to say, "Not in my name." And that's a quote popularly used by Cyril Ramaphosa, our president. I'd like to introduce Sean Samuels, who is who advocates for social change, equality, and justice in Africa. With a social science degree and a postgraduate qualification in adult education from UCT, Sean brings over 2 decades of experience across the NGO sector, government, the United Nations, and developing consulting. As the founder of SGS Consulting, established in 2002, he advances social justice, community philanthropy, education, research, and organizational development. Sean manages a resource hub that supports social justice organizations, including GBV organizations and shelters in Southern Africa. With a proven record in leading transformation programs, he has played a pivotal role in founding and managing the Constitutionalism Fund and served as a founding trustee of the other foundation. So Sean, making a measurable change is something that we value if you can count what it is that you're doing. And so we'd like to welcome you, and we look forward to your contribution. Can we give him a hand, a welcome?
bottom one. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation for me to be here, program director. And I'm humbled by, I was here since the sort of the morning part. Sincerely humbled by the incredible energy, even the personal tolls and how we actually manage that through to understanding the colonial lens by Tammy. And then, of course, government and the kind of issues and challenges that we face. And I suppose it's appropriate at this point because I want to speak about sustainable financial ecosystem. So while we talk about having to deliver the services that we are delivering, we all know that financial resources are needed, particularly like 200,000 for your sort of rezoning. We often look at government, and we need to do so, as a source of that funding. But there's a whole ecosystem out there that we need to take advantage of. And I want to share some ideas with you concerning that. And it'll be interesting to get some of your sort of responses to that. This is the kind of program areas we do at SGS Consulting. We work at the moment in about 8 Southern African countries, but it's the social justice resource hub that I will come back to because I think there are particular service offerings that we could make to you as shelters and even to you as a sector. However, there is a challenge that we face. So at the moment, I've started working with Lawyers Against Abuse. I think we're almost done. We're halfway through our work with SARC Department and about to start with NISA since their processes are sort of now ready for us. And that's the work that I'm personally doing, but you will hear as I speak about the Resource Hub how we work through and with other consultants. One of the key problems that we face is this whole issue of response versus prevention. And Tammy, if I heard you correctly in your decolonial lens, it's very clear in this whole healing process and the culture of violence that we face, etc., that this divide is no longer useful for us. And I'm putting this forward because we also work very closely with funders and donors. And many funders you will hear say, I don't fund response. I fund prevention. And the question is, but what do you mean? Okay? So this is an example of where funding sources try and recharacterize the work that we do. And because they have the power of money and resources, we obviously submit. I want to put forward, and it could possibly be a resolution, that we have to address this funding eco-cycle from a sector point of view, not individual. I think there are some individual shelters, you are successful in getting access to funding, etc. I get a sense that many others are actually struggling. And so this is the kind of sort of thinking and support that we want to put forward. So the first idea is to sort of say that the framing of the it's a conspiracy. Yeah, okay, I think it's back. Hello? Yeah. To actually present prevention and response as two opposing sort of forces is a false binary. And it's used quite often by donors, many donors, who in fact are trying to advance the idea that when it comes to response, go to government, right? It's immediate protection, psychosocial support, your legal services, etc. We fund prevention. Our funding must go to shifting social norms, etc., etc. And you know, in the shelter that you're in, if I can put it maybe a little bit differently, is that we work with offering immediate safety and support. But would you argue that you could possibly prevent femicide by offering support? That maybe you could possibly prevent the collapse of a family where children are involved by allowing the mother to regroup, to heal, etc., that you're actually preventing a complete mental collapse. You see, so in all of the work that you do, you reach out to schools. Some of you have programs around men and boys, which is the key element that donors often say, programs around men and boys is what we fund. And some of you have those programs around men and boys. Some of you do outreach to schools. Some of you within the shelter itself where children are involved, you are sort of focused on trying to break that cycle of violence. So this issue of and you are sort of working towards community impact. You are dealing with this culture of violence, and I think, as Tammy said, this energy as currency for change is what you as shelters are actually, in the sense, represent. And yet the donor will come and say, but you're not dealing with prevention. And possibly you also agree, because you're not challenging and pushing back. And so this is the argument around this, that we need to change our narrative. We need to deliver and put forward a different value proposition. I've put up an example, just for argument's sake, around sort of saying that apart from providing holistic response to gender-based violence, offering these services, children in crisis, we simultaneously are addressing the root causes through our proactive prevention sort of efforts. Now, if that is true, then it means that a lot of education of our donors needs to happen. And it's difficult for you to do it as an individual shelter. We have to do it at a sector level. We have to call Ford Foundation in. We have to call these donors and sort of say, we want to put to you a different value proposition, a different narrative that speaks to the integration of our work. Now, I know that when we speak about GBV, we say our response to gender-based violence. And then when we talk further, we then divide response from prevention. So you can see the language is something that we need to sort of pay sort of attention to. And so in terms of an ecosystem, now apart from government, and we've heard quite a bit, the social care funding, we've even heard funding that comes from the Human Settlement Department, so it's not just DSD, it's other aspects within the department, etc. There are a range of other sources, but these sources that we're looking at, each of them requires a different approach. Now, if you understand that globally and within South Africa, there is a significant decline in funding. I'm not too sure if you know that 65 key countries in the world went through their national elections this year. Some are still about to have it, like the USA. We've gone through ours, and now we have a GNU. And you can imagine the shifting priorities that new government, new leadership are bringing in. It's impacting on funders. We also see a shift to conservatism, to the right. So the anti-LGBTI, anti-abortion, anti-immigration, all of these things are surfacing in a very big way. The wars we're going through is drawing a lot of this funding. So the idea of you writing a proposal to the same pot of money, that's cool, and we should carry on with that, but that is fast becoming a problem and a limitation. You cannot. And if you look at all of these sources, I know I'm sitting here with some of you who may be very experienced in tapping into these sources. You know for a fact that each source here requires a different approach. Isn't that true? So we need to look at how do we build the capacity of the sector, of our shelters, to take advantage. Let me just take you through one or two. If you look at CSI, corporate social investment, or as we call it, corporate shared value is where the entire company must offer you value. So you may find a corporate company lending you the finance person to come and help you. That's part of corporate shared value. But in 2023, as you know, corporates by law have to set aside 1% post-profit tax for CSI. In 2023 alone, that was 11.8 billion rand. Can you imagine that? Now we're looking for 200,000, right? 8.11 billion. If we draw closer as a sector to organizations like Trilog and others to understand where does this money go, because this figure of 11 billion is an average amount. So every year, 10, 11, 12 billion, depending on the performance of those companies, is coming into the sector, not into the sector, into the funding space. And the question is, how much of that are we able to get access to? And so the important thing here is, as a sector, sometimes it's not even useful to go via a CSI manager. Some of them will die for lack of vision because they're just managing a program. We need to get into the chambers of commerce. We need to get to the entrepreneurs. We as a sector need to make a very strong argument, but it must be based on the fact that we have a very clear value proposition. And that our narrative speaks to the integration of our work. There's high net worth individuals. I mean, we've been tapping into the national, international foundations, and even there we have a problem, as they tend to divide prevention from response. So there's a bit of education work we need to do there. There's high net worth individuals, there's trust, private wealth, Nedbank, Standard Bank, FNB, all of them are managing the wealth of their clients. We need access to them. And sometimes walking in as an individual shelter is not going to open the door. So we need the allies and we need the strength. There's crowdfunding, bequests. Bequests is critical, although we have some crime nowadays linked to the bequests, when somebody takes a policy out and then anyway, that's a serious thing. But we also have an issue of angel investors. And angel investors are people or organizations that's looking for the social return on investment. And I want to spend a little bit of time on that, just to put to you a different idea as to how we can look at other sources to generate our income and our revenue in order to sustain our work. So part of this idea is what we call catalytic fund layering, and some of you have been doing this already. In the first instance, seed core funding, we look for multi-year funding, which government could possibly, and there may be some international foundations that will give us multi-year funding. Then you superimpose on that. CSI funding is notoriously over 12 months because companies have to look at their performance and those kind of things. So how do you layer on top of a multi-year, or how do we layer on top of possible government funding these different layers of funds? We also have local philanthropic giving, fundraising, using the assets of our local people, and that's both financial and non-financial. We tend not to take advantage of that and have our communities invest in what they know is a key crisis that we have to address. The outcomes-based funding will speak to social returns on investment, which I'll look at. And then you will note there's a number of new financial instruments that we could also possibly explore. But again, as a sector, it's important that we build capacity around this. You know that there are a lot of investments and investors that invests millions and billions. There's a way to actually get them to draw closer to our sector. There's issues around impact investing, venture capital, endowment building. It is time, and I think we're going to be forced to start looking at alternatives. And so part of this thinking is to sort of say, can we begin to consider other ways of how we're going to generate our revenue moving forward and sustain this incredibly important work that we're actually doing. So that's part of the sort of issue. But one of the things that we as civil society, as NGOs, are notoriously bad at is an argument of our impact and our returns. And one thing around donors, and we've been a donor ourselves, we manage the Constitutionalism Fund, etc., is that donors invest in change. You may come to them with a long proposal about how you do your work. So many women, we got these facilities, we feed them at this point, etc. And they will still say, yeah, okay. But where's the change? Because we want to invest in the change. And so the social returns on investment, which I must sort of admit most NGOs don't actually go this far, is to sort of say, if we're doing our incredibly important work, how are we actually contributing to lowering healthcare costs, lowering legal costs, or law enforcement expenses, for example? if we are successful at what we do, what savings do we facilitate to government and to the economy? And so it takes us to an argument of sort of saying, if you would, for every R1 you give us, our return in terms of savings could be 500 Rand. Does it make sense? It's just a different way of us framing the incredibly important work that we do, but we're also looking at, especially for government, because if we are not successful in our intervention, that woman may have to go into the healthcare system. That woman is not able to sustain their livelihood, so they become a lot more dependent and somewhere else, have to draw from somewhere else. So we need to frame our work like business people in many respects. And not just sort of say, what do you do? Oh no, we run 5 workshops. Say, okay, cool. I run 10. How about that? But we don't talk about the impact and the social return. So let me just give you an example, and this is kind of hypothetical in a way. If you just look at this particular framework here, there are certain agencies, and I know HSRC and others, that do these research processes that may argue that, for example, that may monetize an impact, right? So they may say to you, if a shelter successfully supports 100 survivors, it can prevent future costs. So we could, as a sector, commission a study to quantify what that cost saving would be. Does this make sense? In the same way that we could say, if there is evidence that supports the argument that an average woman contributes 150,000 to the economy on an annual basis, and we have managed to support and empower 100 women who were at risk, and they are now secured in their own livelihoods, making their contributions, then we would have invested, in a way, over 15 million. Yeah? And if we were to calculate that at the sector level, and let's, I don't know how many shelters, say 96 shelters, and each one is working with about 30 women, it's about 32 million to the sector. So the argument here is we can get experts to give us this evidence. We then as a sector need to firstly formulate a proper value proposition. This would be our return investment argument. So we're saying to government, this is the savings we will incur if you invest this. Corporate, business, we are your markets. We're the ones that making you earn your profits. This is the kind of gain. Does it make sense? We're not just sort of say we offer psychosocial support. And we're not just whatever. This woman who has been at risk, gone through a process of healing and repair and reflection, etc., is now back on her feet, managing a family, securing her own livelihoods. What does that mean to our economy, to services, and to government? So this is what I'm sort of putting to you as a sector to begin to think about differently in terms of our need to secure our services. Of course, we will always need a rigorous monitoring, evaluation, and learning system. We need to measure what matters, and we need to be very clear even to our donors who sort of say, I want to see this. And I know sometimes DSD is asking for certain things, but we also have our work, and we also have what we characterize as success. And so we want to measure what matters in terms of the success of our work. So I want to sort of end off by sort of saying from a sector response point of view, there is different kind of catalytic capital that we must explore, which includes then different financing models besides the government and besides you writing a grant agreement to funders. Partnerships are key, and I think part of the issue here, and hearing even some of the inputs here and with government, we cannot deliver at scale without government. Would you agree? So there has to be a win-win. We can't be slanting. We need to make sure that our government officials succeed in the same way that they need to make sure we succeed. So we need to spend time finding that sweet spot. There's an issue around in innovation, and possibly how we use social media, even now artificial intelligence may creep into our sort of realities. There's an issue about SDGs because as we get closer to 2030, there are particular SDGs where funding may have to flow in order for us to get a better sense as to our progress. And we need to look at how we scale successful models. I think in our development world, we have very few examples of success scaling up in a big way. So sometimes we say small is beautiful, but maybe small, if it's part of a mosaic picture, gives you that strength. And that's where the sector, in a sense, comes in. So this is what I'm, in a sense, putting forward. We need to change that narrative. We need to directly address this false binary between prevention and response and find a different way of characterizing the complete value add of the shelter, of the work that we're actually doing. We need to look at innovative funding models for the sector, including government-led multi-year funding, and of course, as we said, challenging the discourse. We need to approach the CSI as a sector, and we need to grow a demand culture. This is not about sort of saying, will you consider? Because we are your market. So there is a demand element here, but the point is getting those access and finding the right allies. And this is where we could work together as a sector. There's blended financing, so exploring that, strengthening our partnerships, using the technology to reduce costs, call for investment in and provision of training, so for example, a costing framework is key. How do you cost the services of the shelter? Is it the same for each shelter? Does it work on a formula basis, etc.? Those are some of the elements that we need to look at. So if I'm a small shelter with 25, does my costing significantly differ by way of a formula to a big shelter of 120, etc., etc., those kind of things. And then, of course, aligning the shelters to the sort of development frameworks. And as you know, South Africa is leading the G20 meeting for next year. And so is there an opportunity for us even to participate, to put some of these issues on our sort of agenda? And then finally, we need certain calls for action. Oh yeah, we go. We need a call to funding sources to recognize the holistic role of JBV shelters, understand the value proposition, and ask for us to, in a sense, to sharpen that and maybe even add in arguments around our social returns on investment. Of course, for government, now linked to legislation, etc., commit to predictable multi-year funding, and then call for institutional development resources. And so this is where we come back in. This is my last point. So SGS Consulting, we offer organizational development services. We are part of what is called a regional resource hub. So we're offering services at the moment in about 7, 8 Southern African countries. And the mandate is to offer services to organizations that work in the social justice space, which is why that brought us to SARKI and whatever else and a few others, etc. This resource hub is a forward-funded program out of a social bond, especially in response to COVID, when COVID had disrupted many of our organizations. And funds have been set aside to help these organizations to get back to optimal levels. So that's our mandate. And we've got a few organizations in the hub, one that deals with financial sustainability called Momentum, one that deals with mental health, psychosocial support in the organization, CSVR, another one that deals with digital health, cyber, how do you say? Cyber security issues, another one around leadership, and then as SGS, they said everything else that comes through you must deal with, which is organizational development. So we deal with issues around monitoring, evaluation, strategic plans, resource mobilization, governance. A lot of succession processes have been happening now of late. And a very interesting demand that has come forward is that many organizations say, I've got a nice strategic plan, I don't know how to implement. Because it was developed by a consultant that came in and out. We do the services by either ourselves as consultants, we are OD consultants, or we would identify consultants. But the point here is that we will cover the cost of the professional fees for your consulting intervention. That's how it works. So it's a pity that Sia Kunyenza, Sia Kunyenza, we hear your pain. It's a pity that it wasn't at this particular time. So our request then to the National Movement Shelter is that possibly consider on the one hand sector level intervention that we could possibly look at. And because consultants are so difficult and chemistry is such a problem, we often invite the organization to identify their own consultants that they trust and they've worked with, and we will pay for that service. So we're putting a call out to you as shelters. Hopefully not all of you come as individual. And this work will carry us into 25-26, but I'm hoping that we get a response from the movement as a whole to address issues that will affect all of you as shelters, and maybe they'll be meted in working with you as individual shelters as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions, comments, contributions. Janine?
Thank you, Sean. I have a very sexy voice, so please excuse it, but I'm going to try my best. Thank you for the disrupting presentation. Takes us out the box. And I think this is what the movement calls for, a disruption. What I've gathered today from the many presentations is that the shelters are on their own. They're left on their own with governance, admin, operations, and yet the key role is the women and the children, right? So I wonder if we as a sector would be brave enough to disrupt this status quo around funding and develop almost a task action group that collectively sources funding from that beautiful slide of yours and then distributes downwards. You know, we leave the hard work to the shelters, their management, the wonderful work that all of these powerful women do, and yet they have to seek and beg and sit through wads of paperwork. And so I almost think that as a sector, the message that I hear is that it calls for boldness and bravery, and to go and establish collective funding from all of those sectors that can give and distribute downwards, and that can then be handled by consultants like you in governance. So it's possibly more of a comment, but also a challenge, I think, to the powers that be in the room, and almost form a task force as a committee and look at how we can disrupt the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. So mine is more of a contribution. I mentioned earlier that I work for DGMT, and part of my work is looking at gender-based violence initiatives. So what has been interesting to me for 2 years now, almost 2 years, the applications that have been coming in are more awareness raising, programmatic, rather than, and maybe the limitation, as I was speaking to my colleague at the back, is that shelters probably thinking maybe they need an actual building, and we know that funders come with limitations. But just I wanted to just make a few contributions to the conversation. One is that DGMT, I acknowledge we're using a portal for applications, and a lot of organizations struggle with that. However, there is a troubleshooting mechanism that's put in place, and I think it's just a matter of either calling the organization or just trying to find someone to respond to your email. And I must say, it's I mean, we all know, all organizations are looking for funding. The process might come across as very slow, but it is been attended to. In terms of what you talked about innovation, I think one of the things that we have been finding is that in terms of what works, it's programs or interventions that also include men in the process, the boy child, and challenge harmful cultural ways of being, but also which are also culturally sensitive. I think sometimes that in itself, based on where the shelter is located. And the another one is around, now when you put in an application, there's some kind of, there's gaps like you mentioned, Sean. One of it is, if you're saying you're going to provide skills building in the shelter, where are you going to draw the content from? What skills? Which, maybe there's a manual that you're using, not just calling, if it's Gogo that you are using, which is great, by the way, because it's local economic development, right? If you bring in Gogo, you must give us context where Gogo learned how to use beadwork and whatnot. But it's critical that you fill in the gaps in terms of why you're doing what you're doing. And unfortunately, organizations can only request as far as that they've been supported. I mean, that can be negotiated, but I like the idea of them coming together, because then it takes away, if one organization says they're asking for 100,000, if there's 5 of us, we can have access to, but then again, there's issues around governance. And my point is going to go back to that, to say you don't necessarily have to apply for the actual bigger grant. You can also apply for organizational strengthening, which is a key issue that sometimes close out applications. And last is that AI tool. So some organizations lately have picked up that they are using AI to write their proposals, and AI is not so good. So we can quickly pick that up. So if you are going to use an AI tool, I mean, I have my own mental challenges. I need AI. I don't know where it was all along. But if you are going to use AI, proofread, get someone else to help kind of make it a coherent document. Because remember, your application is not just the only application, and you're racing against time in other organizations. But I would like to encourage our colleagues to put in the application. The portal is open, but if you're going to put an application this year, it's only going to be considered for 2025, unfortunately. However, it will be attended to. And the portal is open throughout the year, unless when you go to it and it says closed for whatever reason. Yeah, and I hope that is helpful. And I'm here even tomorrow if anyone wants to engage with me.
Hi, Sean. Can't see you. So, Sean, I'm sitting with, as Women Empowerment Platform, we're sitting with a shelter that can operate tomorrow. We've got new beds, new bedding, everything in there. It's just basically the compliance and a little bit of resources here where you can get somebody in just to put up an electric fence or minor stuff. So what is it that I can do to tap in with regards to offering services, say by Monday, to help me with the compliance, because I'm already running a children's home. So basically most of my compliance is already there. So it's just a few nitty-gritties to sort out. So how do I tap into that to sort out where I can offer services? Because I'm sitting with applications of, like I said to you, I have 3 phones, so I've got a lot of people already. And this is rape victims. This is women that is faced with terrible trauma with the result to gender-based violence. What can I do now that can help me start the shelter? Because resources like hands are there, social workers are there. When it comes to social workers, they the most amazing people for me. So we've got social workers, we've got counselors, we've got people that can do skills development, that's willing to give those type of programs. But the compliance around the shelter and like electric fence or little things like that, what can I do now to offer services to our community? Thank you.
Thank you. This is going to be the easiest question you're going to have. So you spoke about the social return on investments, and you spoke about the need for the studies, and I agree 100%. We need to take that, quantify it, and be able to go to the funders and say, this is what our services mean to the economy. You also spoke about allies. So this is something we're going to have to definitely, as a movement, get involved in. But can you today just give us an idea of whom those allies might perhaps be, so we can start as the board working on getting that study going forward? Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you. I preferred your sexy voice and these difficult questions. I think on the question of what you can do now, when I speak about the resource hub, we are focused on the more professional services. But it doesn't stop us, because there's the issue of social capital, friends and organizations that we can actually link to. And I mean something like electric fence, solar things, etc. There are so many companies. It does take a bit of work, but I think if we're able to link you to some of that energy, to link up with that, then this is a question of from the source, it's almost like a non-financial, I mean, it involves finances, but this is an example of non-financial support. Whether you get blankets, whether you get sort of, if you have a kitchen, there are many organizations, restaurants, etc., that have kitchen facilities, and quite often some of them look for places to donate. And I'm not talking about secondhand, some of them are sort of new, and those kind of things. But it does take a bit of organizing. But it's about us using our social capital, and maybe we can talk about where we can, in a sense, start with that. I think on the allies, I know that HSRC and some agencies have been doing some of the social return on investments, not in this sector, but in other sectors. I know in the community advice office sector, we were trying to sort of say that if an auntie in the village doesn't get her pension payout for the last 3 months, but has to travel every time to the department to go and find out, if there's a community advice office that offers these services, you offset transport costs, this, that, etc. So we were able to almost, in a sense, calculate so sort of that return. It's a good question, and it's something that we could actually look at in a broader sense ourselves, to sort of see who is out there from an economic point of view, a livelihoods point of view, to offset health costs. I know there's been a lot of issues on health, to offset health costs and maybe even legal costs that we can begin to bring together and hand over to this sector as part of your argument to sort of key donors. I think one key ally is Trilog. That Trilog is the organization that analyzes the CSI spend. So that 11.8 billion. I think last year 40% went to education. Now we're all looking around and see, we don't know where it went, but it went to education. I think health was number 2, and I think some social services, food security was number 3. We also noted that a lot of national organizations tend to get a lot of the support. Now we've also noted, I think, that the ranking of the provinces, so I think it was Western Cape, KZN, and then there's a third province. So if we get access to this intelligence, we can then begin to organize our own strategic approach. But we need the evidence, and we need that. So Trilog and a few others that we can actually draw on to get us. I think chambers of commerce are incredibly important. I know that private wealth organizations often have opportunities where you can address the private wealth people. Like Monday lunch or something like that. We need to find out these platforms. And then I think, as was said from the DGMT, I mean, there are particular requirements around how you submit and what it is that you focus on. Even a question of strategic plans. The days of you providing a strategic plan of 49 pages. We have a donor sitting here that says we sit with many proposals. They are not going to read your 49 pages. And in fact, in your 49 pages, it may well be that you spend 45 telling them what you do and how you do it. They want to know, but why are you doing it? And what is the change? So all of those, the way you draft your proposals, the way you frame your ask, all of that, in a sense, has to change in order to get the attention of some of these funders. So if I'm sitting with 50 proposals on the table, there is no ways. And that's why having a value proposition is so important, Because that value proposition must tell you in 5 minutes exactly who you are, what you do, what you're offering, and the kind of change you want to see. And in that way, you actually get a lot more sort of interest. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, thank you very much. We're just going to we're giving you a bag. We're not passing on any baggage to you. Thank you for your contribution. And now we'll move to our To end GBV, we must change the systems that perpetuate inequality and the cultural norms that excuse abuse. It's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Kayan, who is a public interest lawyer and a social justice activist. She has 11 years' experience in various NGOs working on intersecting issues relating to gender equality, human rights, and vulnerable groups. She enjoys working both in strategic litigation and policy advocacy. Her mission is to ensure that the lived realities of communities are reflected in policies and implemented in a substantive manner, where access to justice is realized for all. She's a firm believer of the feminist movement building. Welcome to today's Indaba. Thank you for availing your time. Thank you for being a role model, and thank you for the work that you do. Can we welcome her?
Thank you. Apologies for process. I sent a new updated PowerPoint at 14:51, and I see this is not the correct version, so I just want to make sure that the correct version is updated. Thank you so much for that. So, for the sake of time and everyone, I know that it's getting towards the end of the day and we're mentally fatigued, but really great and riveting presentations. I think I will just take this opportunity, thank you so much, to start off by just giving a brief introduction to call to action. So, as Annalisa kindly introduced myself, I do work at an organization called Lawyers for Human Rights, but over and above that, today's hat that I'm wearing is a proud member of the Call to Action Collective. So we were established in 2018 and we're essentially a platform of organizations, a movement of women's groups, individuals working on ending gender-based violence and femicide, and we consist of over 90 civil society organizations, trade unions, and individual activists. We are proudly Black-led, led by women and gender non-binary persons as part of the movement. And this collective has been instrumental in advocating for comprehensive strategies and frameworks to address GBV and femicide, including the development and implementation of the NSP on GBVF. So I'm going to start off because my presentation is aimed to help everyone understand what the National Council on GBVF is and what the piece of legislation is actually about and what it means for you in the room. So a bit of background on the National Council of GBVF Act. So of course we're all aware that in August 2018 we had the 24 demands from the total shutdown movement, and then we of course had our first presidential summit on GBVF in November 2018, which led to a declaration by the presidency to commit to ending GBVF and taking very substantive action towards that. And what came out of that is our National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Thereafter, related to the NSP, we said that we would have a National Council on GBVF. And so the first version of this bill was first introduced in 2021, but then it disappeared. And then the bill resurfaced before the second GBVF summit in November 2022. And people were invited to make submissions on that version of the bill in May 2023, and then in June 2023 we had public hearings before the portfolio committees. A second version of this bill, the National Council of GBVF, so let's call it the bill and the act for the purposes of this presentation, was then deliberated at the National Assembly in September 2023, and then passed by the National Assembly in October 2023, and then was transmitted to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. And then there was a second round of submissions invited on that version in January 2024. We then made submissions as public or anyone that was interested, and this was passed and deliberated by the NCOP in March this year. We then had the President sign that version of the bill, which for all intents and purposes became legislation, an act, in May 2024. So I'm going to briefly give you an overview of what this piece of legislation says. So Section 3 is basically gives the powers of the legislation to establish the council, and 4 and 5 tells you about the objects and functions of this council. Section 6 deals with how the board of this council is appointed and how the members are appointed. And sections 9 to 10 then deal with the terms of office for membership of the board, which is always very important for accountability. 15 to 17 deal with the CEO and the Secretariat of the Council. Section 18 deals with funds for this council. And Section 22 is establishing norms and standards for provincial and local working groups. And 24 deals with provision of regulations. So I'm going to deal with some of these provisions, but I just wanted to give you an outline of what might be of interest to you. You're more than welcome to read the full legislation, which is publicly available. So, dealing with the objects and function of the council, it is essentially the engine of the NSP. So the council is intended to ensure that the NSP is implemented, and of course we know that it is a multi-stakeholder plan and that everyone has a role to play. So this engine, being the council, will then coordinate the approach through the relevant stakeholders to prevent and eliminate GBVF. So it's supposed to set short, medium-term and long-term goals as set out in the NSP, and it facilitates best practices and sharing that information. But I've highlighted what is important, and this is taken out of the piece of legislation specifically, is that it must develop an action plan no later than 6 months after its establishment. It must be adequately costed and implemented effectively, and it has to set indicators and timelines for compliance with the stakeholders. And of course, as Annalisa is indicated, we're all here in the room to try address the different pillars within, and in this context specifically pillar 4 of the NSP, but we need to have transparency and accountability, and how do we measure that? So the importance of coordinating the M&E process of this implementation. It's also supposed to coordinate the prioritization of programs at national, provincial and local level, and at community and other forums. And so I'm setting out exactly what the piece of legislation says at this point. It says that it must also advise the minister, which is the cabinet minister of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, on the developments of GBF and any relevant standards or best practices. And it also has an obligation to report to the DWYPD minister at least 4 times a year on its activities. And it would have to review and review strategic plans, etc., every 4 years or so, 5 years. So moving on to the board of the council. The current composition as set out in the legislation is 15 members, which consists of 7 CSO and private sector representatives and 8 government officials. Government would comprise of the following departments, and of course they would be no lower than a DDG rank. And very importantly, CSO and private sector members have to be appointed by the president, but the appointment has to come from a list of persons recommended by the National Assembly by way of a resolution with a supporting vote of a majority of the members in the National Assembly. These appointments have to reflect demographics and geographical spread in South Africa, and the chair and deputy chair would be appointed by the president. This board would monitor the implementation of the council's plans and exercise general control over the council. It says that the minister can co-opt members. So when I refer to minister in this presentation, it is the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. But any co-opted members could only serve for a period of no more than 6 months. And there are specific exclusions of who we cannot appoint on the board. And there is also a section about declaring interest. So how would you be reimbursed or your terms of office or removed or suspended? So the term is 3 years, and you would be eligible for reappointment for 1 additional term, so 6 years in total. And you can resign, but you'd have to give 1 month's written notice. Section 11 specifically says that it allows for reimbursements and allowances or subsistence, and it goes into details. I'm not going to get into that. There are removal grounds for a person in this office, and there are extraordinary measures where a minister can request the President and the National Assembly to remove somebody or suspend them. So moving briefly through the CEO's role, very similar to any other boards that you will find. The CEO here is employed by the council and accountable to the board, and they would have to have the requisite qualifications, and they would serve for a period of 5 years and can be re-elected if they choose to do so for another 5 years. Section 17 deals with the appointment of the Secretariat. This is taken directly from the legislation, but I just wanted to maybe highlight that the process of how the Secretariat is established must be in consultation with the board, appoint and supervise the Secretariat. So the CEO with the board will appoint the Secretariat, and under the direction they are governed by the 6 pillars of the NSP. So section 18 deals with funds of the council. It specifically says that these funds of the council can come from 4 categories: monies from Parliament, donations or contributions received from any source, trust funds vested in the council and interest derived from those investments, money received from any other source. What I do want to highlight is that these funds is for the day-to-day costs and operations of the council. And so it is not a GBV fund that we have been in discussions of. So we of course know, while we were waiting for the National Council legislation, we were talking about a private sector-led fund. So it's housed under private sector, and that is the GBV fund that's in place. So that is not the same thing here. Section 22 deals with the provincial and local structures. It says that the minister must, after consultation, prescribe norms and standards for coordination and accountability of provincial and local GBVF structures. That's all it references. And then regulations, section 24 says that the minister has a discretion to issue regulations in relation to these 3 categories. So transaction limits contemplated in section 19.3b, norms and standards for coordinating better provincial and local structures, and then any other matter that they feel necessary. So I'm going to now move on to, I've given you an overview of what the legislation says, but I think it's important, we're all here in this room to assess the implementation and effectiveness of the NSP to date. And so what is missing, or comparing the two between the NSP document and what the piece of legislation says, is important to consider. So firstly, and this is taken from page 57 of the NSP. So it says the institutional arrangements for the rollout of the NSP are defined by the guidance provided in the declaration, and what's envisaged in this institutional structure is that it will hold all role players and stakeholders accountable, and that it should empower to demand accountability across government departments, and it cannot be tied to one mandate on any department. And this was specifically and intentionally designed in the NSP to encourage and to facilitate collaboration and cooperation and coordination with respective sectors and communities to ensure institutional readiness of the alignment of human, financial, and infrastructure and technical resources. So when we speak about institutional structure, that is on page 58 of the NSP, you'll see I'm sure many of you that have studied the NSP, this will be familiar. As I've indicated, it was a carefully designed and intentional overall accountability mechanism, with the presidency as the champion to demonstrate the highest form of leadership over this entire process. The board of the council, we speak about in the NSP a maximum of 15 members. So you'll see that there's a discrepancy between the final number, which was 15, 7 for CSOs and private sector, and 8 for government representatives. What it says here is that the 13 members would constitute 6 reps from relevant government departments at a ministerial level and 7 representatives from civil society appointed through a process of public nomination. Now this might seem like a lot of legal jargon and words, but that this distinction has to be highlighted, that it was intended to have a public nomination process so the people and the public have a say on who is appointed at the board, especially representatives from civil society. And what currently is in legislation is that the National Assembly will decide on a list and the president appoints from this list. What I do want to highlight is that, I'm not going to get into this, but I basically went through all the discussions throughout this whole process in the development of this bill at the time, and I've just included some relevant points of discussion. I know the PowerPoint presentations will be shared with everyone for interest. So these were some of the reasons why they decided to move from the numbers and the representation. But again, to go back to the point, the NSP was a collaboration between all relevant stakeholders, government, civil society, private sector, even development partners that designed this NSP. So moving on to this tier 4, deals with the IMC, the Interministerial Committee. They are supposed to play a key facilitation and political liaison role in the National Council process and ensure that government provides the needed financial, spending support and approvals and policy inputs. So they play a very crucial role for oversight of the implementation in this regard. And you'll see here that what was initially contained in one of the versions of the National Council bill, it says here that the IMC would, in consultation with the minister, report on the progress on the implementation of the NSP and support the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence. So it's important to highlight that this section that I've included in the PowerPoint was removed in the next version of the bill that was eventually became our piece of legislation, without any explanation of why the IMC structure was removed. They just said they rejected the clause. And I think it is important to note that, again, to emphasize that there is now direct reporting from the council to the Minister of Department of Women. And in contrast to page 62 of the NSP, it says here that and this is a verbatim quote, the Department of Women, Persons, Youth and Persons with Disability will play a key role in overseeing the overall implementation plan with ultimate accountability to the National Council. So the accountability framework and mechanism has flipped a bit in terms of what is contained in our legislation. And then a brief word on the local and provincial structures. The NSP lists provinces and municipalities as part of the institutional framework and that they're key to implementing the NSP. So by essentially removing this process out, so in section 22, it gives them, it mandates them the minister to issue norms and standards, but that is very different from actually having structures being directly part of the process and being able to inform and shape the discussions around budgets and plans and developments, and also the M&E framework. So now they are going to implement, but they're not at the table having those direct conversations. So we, as call to action, we do see this as a bit concerning, but once again, I'm just highlighting what has happened in the process, and of course, there's always room to have discussions and see how we can course correct in that regard. But maybe just to say that it is important to have all the stakeholders in the room, because if you're leaving out relevant parties and you're just giving them instructions when they don't have a clear understanding of the whole plan and the mandates, there is concern that implementation and actually understanding the why and the how is going to set you up for failure. And then briefly around regulations, we do view that the current format and the presentation of the regulations might fall short of the obligations envisaged in the NSP. As I've indicated, it is discretionary, so in terms of legal terms, regulations are often the precise instructions on how you're going to do something. So I might give you an instruction, for example, to say, please go set the table. But the regulations will tell you exactly what the process is. If there are forms involved that you need to, it gives life to the instruction. And so you might have challenges with implementation when different departments, even in province, for example, read an instruction, but they interpret it in a different way. So regulations would be uniform to ensure that everyone understands we're all together, we're all on the same page, and this is how we're going to move forward together. So I just wanted to break that down. I think I'm almost done. So what is missing in the NSP around the funding? So as I've mentioned, since Summit 1 in November 2018, we've been asking for a fully costed and funded NSP plan, right? So that means that Sean made a really interesting presentation about not only relying on government resources, and so we've seen the private sector come to the party with the interim GBV fund. But what I want to highlight is that was never intended to be the final model to ensure that the NSP is implemented and is driven. What is missing from the current piece of legislation is they speak about funding for the council, but they don't reference any response about a GBV fund. So I think there's a gray area right now, because the question is, are we going to proceed and just continue as we have in the past with the private-led sector, which may be an option, but I know that there's many discussions. I know Call to Action has been trying to also unpack this, and that's why I think found Sean's presentation really interesting of different models, is that we need to have all our resources pooled together. We cannot be doing things in snippets where private sector is funding something and there's just verbal commitments of funds. Like, we want money in the bank account to do the work. And so it's important for us to ensure that government is also part of that discussion, and their funds that they have allocated towards the NSP is ring-fenced as well. And we would like to ideally see a GBV fund that actually has all the stakeholders in the same room, at the same table, doing the same thing, and not having, it shouldn't be piecemeal. So I'm going to close off soon, so just bear with me. So in terms of having set out what the legislation says on the National Council and comparing it to what the NSP says, I'm now moving on to recent developments, discussions that have happened since the signing of the bill, now the Act, in May 2024. So at the National Gender Machinery meeting on the 4th of August, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability presented a presentation, and this slide that I'm presenting was taken directly from the presentation they shared with all the participants on that day. And what you will see here in terms of their proposed institutional arrangements is that they divide the two structures as a political arena where the IMC, even though the IMC reference was taken out of the legislation, so I don't know where they kind of found that, because the only reference at this point legally is just the NSP. The legislation doesn't refer to the IMC. It also says that the secretariat that I highlighted will now fall under the administrative section of this institutional arrangement. And I'm not sure how far this process is, but based on what they've presented, they have intention to appoint the NGBVF collective as their secretariat. And I hate to be the naysayer, I am a lawyer, so you'll have to forgive me. But again, Section 17 of the legislation, which is law now, says that in order to appoint the Secretariat, you have to go through a process. And that's not the process. So I just wanted to highlight that that is the plan, but it is essentially moving further away from what is set out in the NSP and the accountability mechanisms that have been built into place. So in conclusion, our view as a Call to Action Collective is that the current legislation, the National Council Act, leaves deep gaps in what was discussed and developed in our National Strategic Plan and, of course, our 2 summit priorities and commitments, both in 2018 and 2022. And we do have concerns that setting up of the council and removing the oversight protection mechanisms and other parts of the institutional framework will leave it to be ineffectual and render a hard-fought work that we have done collectively void and redundant. So I will stop, and perhaps if you are interested in the Call to Action's work, you can reach out to our coordinator. Those are her details. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you happy to take a few questions or comments? Anybody? Comments, questions? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I feel like I'm talking the whole time. What is the plan with regards to challenging the Secretariat decision? What is happening sector-wise? What are the community-based organizations doing to make sure that we're actually sticking to the letter of the law when it comes to the NSP? What are we doing to stand up against that?
Thanks. It's a great question. So as the Call to Action Collective, we just initiated the conversation because your point is absolutely spot on. This is not a CTA thing. It is broader stakeholders in wanting to ensure GBVF is eradicated and addressed effectively in our country. So what we have been doing as a first port of call is that we want to engage with the Department of Women to see how we can course correct this. But parallel to that, nothing stops the broader engagement of the space. And perhaps what I can say is that we are embarking on a petition to ask that this be reviewed quite urgently. So we'll be happy to share that offline if you want to share with your members and anyone else. I think maybe just to emphasize, we are not in us versus them arrangement right now. A lot of us actually within the Call to Action Collective served on the Presidential Summit Planning Committee, and I'm sure many of you in the room have actually served in some capacity. So we are still invested in actually seeing what we've intended to do, and as a starting point, we want to have a collegial conversation with relevant stakeholders. But the lawyer in me is also saying, and the activist, if that fails, we will pursue and consider other remedies. But right now, it is not meant to be adversarial. But I just wanted to highlight what the law says. I mean, I'm not making any of this up. This is, if you read through the documents, it's all there. Thank you. Absolutely, sure.
Anybody else? Okay, here we go.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I just wanted to get a sense from you in terms of, what you think perhaps some of the opportunities are. So, working in the space, one of the challenges for so many years is mutual department accountability. You go and it seems like there's no coordination. I want to be the eternal optimist with our theme today of hope. And when we talk about seeing all of these government departments potentially come under one roof, is there also part of the advocacy that's happening from Call to Action to say, this is the model that we want to see? Are we putting forward a proposal for whom we want to see on that, on those boards? Because I'm hoping that ultimately that there's a sensitivity and future engagement on it. Thanks.
That's a really great question. Thank you for posing it. I think as a starting point, I want to go back to the NSP because that from 2018, I think I want to say department, but every stakeholder was invested in that process, and that's what came out of that. So in terms of the institutional framework of how we envisioned, and I collectively say we, not just civil society, we intended to have that framework, and that was intentional in the NSP because we wanted to ensure that anyone could be held accountable. So not only one department has an unequal balance where people could escape, reporting or any of the such. So our end goal would be to go back to what is envisaged in the NSP because that's what we believed to be a strong accountability mechanism. I think to your point about the board appointees, it's a very good point. What I didn't say earlier on is it's really important for us to distinguish, and it goes to your latter point, to distinguish the difference between somebody standing as a representative of civil society that just comes from CSO, and that might be there with not the best of intentions, or they don't have, or rather, let me rephrase that, they don't have the mandate of the people or civil society per se to stand in those positions. So it's really important for us to be, and hence why we had the public nomination process versus now where the National Assembly decides these are the people we want. We want to avoid that process again, and it goes back to what was true in the NSP. What was that process? Simply because we've seen historically, not so like 2-3 years ago, the appointments of CGE commissioners, that was problematic. We've seen a short list of appointments of National Youth Development Agency people. That was also problematic, it had to be redone. So we want to avoid issues like that. And so it really goes back to the heart of what is transparent, what is accountable, and what can we measure impact and hold people accountable to. Thank you. So maybe, yes, we do want to advocate for people, but it has to be representative of the public's voice and civil society, especially in the case of CSO reps. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Small bag of big appreciation. Okay, so I hope people have come up with lots of resolutions while we've been sitting here. Thank you everybody for your input and contributions, and now we will break for tea. And we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Is 15 minutes enough to have a... Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I want to request that we give this speaker, the final speaker of the day, the respect of our attention and for his contribution and the preparation he's made to talk to us on a very difficult topic, which is human trafficking. I'd like to introduce Booty. Let me get my notes so that I don't make any mistakes. So President Thabo Mbeki said that ending GBVF is a moral imperative for men to act on, to speak up on, and to stand as protectors and advocates to equality and justice. So it's always something to remember, and it's always inspirational for me when men can come and do presentations to women about this is a very difficult topic. So welcome Booty. Booty has a master's degree in Public and Development Management. He has published several research documents and papers. He's written a book called Navigating Through a Dense Forest. The most impressive thing on this resume for me is that he organized the Gauteng Men's Consultative Conference, which for me is an important thing to include men and boys in this education. So welcome. He currently works for the National Department of Social Development. He is a social work policy manager, and his area is transnational organized crime, which is a technical term for human trafficking. Welcome.
Okay, thanks, Program Director. Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. I always say, but I mean, this is not really a Lala class. When I'm doing training, you know, after lunch, I call it Lala class because that's a class in which people will doze. But and then I say to people, I really have what I refer to as the hypnotic voice. So hypnotic voice, I'm warning you, if you are not careful, you may be hypnotized. And yeah, we have to avoid that. I don't think I'm here for this. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity from the organizers, that is the National Shelter Movement of South Africa, together with my Department Social Development. And I thought maybe I should also thank, you know, other sponsors. Yeah, other sponsors. I think I saw, is it something stifling, boring? Yeah, my apology, but yeah, that's I think a German company. And yes, we need to see many private sector businesses here coming into the space and supporting us. And I think one of the presentations, you know, on you know, improving governance, our plannings and management, everything else. I think this movement is growing. The sheltering movement is growing, and it requires, you know, resources, not only to depend on government, but I think we need to scale our people to be able to, you know, get resources from wherever they are available. You know, it's like I wish to see shelters, you know, going out there like packs of lions and sort of grabbing, you know, whatever resources that are available for the benefit, you know, of the recipients of their services. And this is possible. I was sharing with other colleagues, I've been in this kind of a situation, and I can proudly say that I ran a very, very successful non-governmental organization in the past. As you can see, the outline of my presentation, yeah, I think something, I'm sure you can, you're asking yourself, trauma in the brain, reversing the process. And then I also share two cases of sex trafficking. One is in South Africa, someone that I met personally and who was rehabilitated. And I also picked something also from the US. And I realized that there's commonality in, you know, the way victims of trafficking, especially those that are trafficked for sexual exploitation, you know, their experiences. And then, yeah, other methods that traffickers use to control victims. And yeah, as a department, as Boo mentioned, we do accredit, shelters for provision of services to victims of trafficking. We would look at, the accreditation process using what we refer to as the DQA tools, that are developmental quality assurance tools in assessing for accreditation. We've even quantified, so it means we also use an Excel sheet, to calculate the scores. So it means when it comes to, accreditation, we don't just thumbsuck and decide that you have a pretty face. Yeah, then we'll accredit you. It's, numbers tell, and yeah, we'll only accredit you when, we feel that the numbers, these are the numbers that we are interested, that we need. Colleagues, as I said, you may be asking yourself why. Let me say we are navigating into what is referred to as trauma-informed and trauma-focused. And the reason is because we've seen we are dealing with highly traumatized victims. And then, yes, trauma, it is because I'm in the trafficking space. But at the same time, when one looks at the experiences of trafficking victims, somehow you can see all victims of gender-based violence are traumatized. And yes, we have to understand what trauma is. The three most important changes, in the brain, which occur in a traumatized person. Number one, you can see, I'm sure we all know about the prefrontal cortex, which is also referred to as the thinking center, which is responsible for abilities that include your rational thinking, ability to solve problems, and your personality planning. It's like for us to be able to function, properly. Yeah. When this area is strong, we are able to think clearly, we can make good decisions, and we can also be aware of ourselves and others. It's like how we relate to others. We are able to identify, problems in our relationship. As you can see, why is it not moving? It decided to move first time now. Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, yeah. The second one, that was prefrontal cortex. It doesn't want to move from here. I don't know. My apology. I think maybe I'm also anxious because when I change, obviously, I'm not supposed to rely on this one. Yes, the second one, anterior cingulate cortex. As you can see, am I able to point? Anterior, there's the prefrontal cortex, anterior cingulate cortex here. This is the emotion regulation center. It is, as you can see, located next to the prefrontal cortex, but deeper in your brain. It is, as I said, is responsible for regulating emotion, and has a close working relationship with the prefrontal cortex. So it means there's a very, very close relationship between the two. When this region is strong, we are able to manage difficult thoughts and emotions without being totally overwhelmed by them. I'm sure you've been in situations where you really feel overwhelmed and really want to give up. But if it functions properly, surely you would be able to manage your emotions. It's like we hear someone saying, no, I don't know what happened. I just found myself hitting. It's like, and why did I don't know why. So it means emotion regulation is a challenge. The third one is the amygdala. The amygdala, this is a tiny almond-sized structure which is deep inside your brain. It serves as a fear center. It is situated in what is referred to as the subcortical, which means not really in the cortex, but subcortical below the cortex. And it's outside of our conscious awareness. So it's like this time now, you cannot really say, I'm consciously doing something. It just works on its own, meaning it's part of the subconscious mind. And its primary job is to receive incoming information, assess this information to see if it is a threat. If it detects the presence of danger or threat, it produces fear in us. So which means this is how we become fearful. I stood here obviously coming up, sitting in front of you, chances are, my amygdala has kicked in. Why? Because it's not easy. You cannot just stand in front of people. There is, as people say, butterflies. Yeah. So when this area is activated, we really feel afraid. We become reactive. And we are also vigilant, as to see if we are really safe. It is hyperactive in a person who is traumatized, in a traumatized brain, and it causes chronic stress, vigilance, fear, and irritation. So a person really feels unsafe. And then, it's like, well, even if they can say, calm down, you just cannot calm down when it is very active. And you can see where it is. Here's your amygdala there. I also included the hippocampus. Why? Because everything that happens to you, the hippocampus being your memory center, it sort of records everything. So as you grow up and then you find yourself in a situation where you are abused, obviously the hippocampus, collects, this information, and collecting this information, it's stored in your memory. And then, yes, you would find yourself unconsciously reacting, and not unconsciously reacting, but you are reacting because of what is stored in your memory, in your hippocampus. That is that fear. I'm sure I do make sense. But I mean, the reason why I share this is because the process, that is the damage, can be reversed. Traumatized individuals may experience difficulties in concentration. Okay, my apology. Eman, can't I? Yeah, no, it is the amygdala. I'm sorry. They may experience difficulties in concentration and attention, and often report that they can't think clearly. This means a survivor of sex trafficking will be very difficult to manage in a shelter because of an altered brain, inactive prefrontal cortex, and also anterior cingulate cortex, and an oversensitive amygdala. So you can see both the prefrontal and your anterior cingulate being inactive, but your amygdala being oversensitive or overreactive. They cannot think rationally before reacting, but just overreact most of the time. Survivors of trauma will sometimes complain that they feel incapable of managing their emotions. Even when they want to calm down and feel better, they just cannot. This is in large part due to a weakened emotion regulation center, and these are the challenges to be addressed, I think, in shelters. You are dealing with those kinds of, as I said, the hippocampus responsible for retention of memory, and it's also harmed, when during the process. The reason why the damage, the reason for the damage, it is because of oversecretion of what is called cortisol, your stress hormone. Stress hormone causes damage, to the brain. So a person who is abused for a very, very long time certainly would oversecrete hormone and adrenaline, and hormone will definitely damage their brain. So we find ourselves dealing with individuals whose brains are damaged, and it is upon us, to bring them back, to life. This is a stress hormone, as I mentioned. And what cortisol does, it numbs your body. When we talk fight, flight, or freeze response, the body gets numbed and then muscles fueled for you to be able to fight or maybe to flee. I mean, running away from a lion. Someone as big as me can maybe, in a situation where I'm really fearful, I can run faster and the lion will be surprised at what happened here. So, indeed, the damage can be reversed, colleagues. Our hope is in what is termed brain plasticity and neurogenesis. Just as our brain changed in response to your past experiences in the world, it can also change in response to your future experiences. In other words, the brain is modifiable and you can change it. Techniques such as mindfulness, I think these are the things we should explore, in shelters. Mindfulness, breathing exercise. Breathing exercise improved my son's performance in class. I told him that when they put a question paper in front of you, don't just jump in and answer the question. Sometimes close your eyes, breathe in, hold your breath, and breathe slowly. breathe out slowly. They would think that you are praying, you know, to pass the exam. But the reality is you are calming yourself down. So it has really worked for him. He's at university now and he's doing very well. So I'm sure I did my part in raising him. Things like yoga, physical exercise and therapeutic counseling. These are the things we do, but I mean, it's like in shelters, really. Let us look at, you know, ensuring that we utilize these. They can be used by shelters to reverse the effects of trauma on an individual. So already we are, the mere fact that we are present and doing whatever we are doing, we really show that we care for them. We are already working on the reverse, you know, of this trauma. And that is one of the reasons why you would find you've cared for this individual. When they walk out, they are a totally changed individual. Knowing what's going on can be immensely helpful because it may help one realize that they, okay, I forgot about it. I talk too much. Okay, yeah, I've mentioned all this. Knowing what is going on can be immensely helpful because it may help one realize that they are not crazy. They are not irreversibly or permanently damaged, or they are not a bad person. Instead, you can think of a traumatized brain as one that functions differently as a result of traumatic events. So you can, the reason why I have to really emphasize this, it's because in trafficking, yes, it is trauma, but I realize that it's also happening, you know, with the others. Yeah, so as I said, I would like, there are two cases that I wanted to share. One, South African. This quotation by Dr. Brooke Dunbar Treadwell of the anti-trafficking organization called Peace Promise. The chains that keep a victim in slavery aren't physical, they are psychological. What can make a young woman vulnerable to exploitation also makes it hard for her to live. What can make them vulnerable to exploitation will certainly make it hard for them to live. In South Africa, we had a case, the victim's alcoholic and drug-addicted father sold her off as a sex slave to a man who was 15 years her senior when she was only 13. The man who bought her was also addicted to heroin, which prevented him from holding a job, and he forced her to work when she was 16, but later sex trafficked her to his Nigerian drug suppliers. With debts increasing, she was ultimately sold off to work as a sex worker and drug dealer on street corners. The Nigerian drug dealers also sold her Okay, yeah. The Nigerian drug dealers also sold her to another Nigerian who forced her into internet prostitution. Okay. The sad thing is that law enforcement, health workers and social workers ignored her pleas during brothel raids, and she was sent back to exploiters on several occasions. She was finally rescued by a women's religious group, after pleading with another social worker to at least deliver a message to them about the fact that she was kept against her will. This was a long time after several encounters with the group that was patient and never stopped visiting and praying for the sex workers. The second one, it's in the US, Peace Promise NGO in a place called Mechanicsburg. The Peace Promise volunteers, they visit the red light districts and street clubs, and over time, form close and trusting relationships. Okay, is it? Oh, we are on that one. I thought maybe I forgot. Yeah, they form close and trusting relationships with exploited women. Often the Peace Promise volunteers are the only people in the victims' lives who provide them with any kind of caring and emotional support. In the young lady's case, with the encouragement of Peace Promise, she realized that she could have a life other than the misery she was experiencing as a victim of sex trafficking. She wanted out from the relentless unwanted sex, the quotas, the threats of beatings, the starvation, the sleep deprivation, and other pervasive fear that was her everyday companion. The commonalities between the two, both were vulnerable to their traffickers because of their adverse childhood experiences. For them, love and connection had been a tragic mix of beatings, familial sex, and occasional kindness and support. There is no doubt that as teenagers they developed a rigid pattern of seeking out men who were violent and who were part of recreating the only kind of connection that they knew. These were trauma bonding lessons from early in their childhood. The psychological chains were so powerful that the people who rescued them felt that breaking them was a miracle which happened to occur at the right time. So, however, breaking away wasn't the end of the story, as both had to be moved to locations far away from where they were rescued in order to be safe from their traffickers who were not ready to let go without a fight. Trauma bonding made it very difficult for them to survive the first year of freedom because of the urge to return to their traffickers. I think one of the speakers earlier this morning, I think, yeah, is it Tirisano? They sort of confiscate their phones, ne? When they are in trafficking. Yeah, in trafficking, yes, we take the phone. Why? Because the victims tend to, you know, SMS, they are traffickers, you know, in need for a fix and all those things. So it's like, it's because of the, you know, trauma bonding. So it's like very, very difficult in the first year dealing with such individuals. I always say to colleagues that, you know, they will push boundaries and you have to push back. But when you push back, push back gently. Because if you push back very hard, unfortunately, you sort of do what their traffickers have been doing. So you push back gently and you have to be consistent. It's not easy because when we talk trauma informed, we are not only focusing on the victim, but also on the needs, you know, of their caregivers. Because then we also, all of us carry our burden, you know, of trauma from our childhood or wherever. So we have to make sure that we are also being taken care of. The caregivers' patience, their wisdom and understanding brightened the future of the two ladies. They understood their traumatic experiences. They loved them unconditionally. They allowed them to express their feelings, made them feel at home, and indirectly taught them to regulate their emotions by just being consistently calm and welcoming. They finally gained the victim's trust, and it became easier to work with them. The fear dissipated, and they learned to think first before expressing their feelings. In other words, they learned to regulate their emotions. Celia Williamson says, caregivers should also address their guilt and shame, as they did not purposely do shameful things, but were deceived by and exploited by their traffickers. They should emphasize their strengths and resilience, as these enabled them to survive a very difficult situation and can carry them through to recovery and healing. The thing is, we also know that if they don't live, their lives are likely to be cut short by drug overdose, suicide, HIV, or murder. We love these women. We understand that living is difficult. I'm there, ne? Yeah, and Peace Promise, and at Peace Promise, we figured out how to help. This was Susan Vigliano, the founder of Peace Promise. The other control mechanism by traffickers, yes, for them to be successful, they do identify vulnerabilities. These are poverty, you know, unemployment, low levels of maturity, violence and threats of violence, deception, imprisonment, collusion. You know, these are some of the things they use. Traffickers will make sure that they individualize, you know, how to control a victim. They will frequently use a blend of control measures, which will vary according to the individual victim, the type of trafficking, the stage. Remember, trafficking itself has got stages, the stage of trafficking process, the nature of the location and opportunities that are presented by circumstances. When it comes to deception, it might be used when recruiting. Like for instance, I mean, when they recruit, it's a bar. It's bar work. It is, okay. It's bar work. It is really well paid over there and it's easy. This might be blended with collusion. Aye man, don't tell anyone where you are going because we have to bribe someone to get a work permit. And also debt bonding. Don't worry about the permit. You can pay us back when you get paid. And then debt bondage may change or worsen. Now we paid for the permit. Now we give you a place to eat and sleep. You owe us imali wena. Victims may consider themselves to be in a relationship with one or more of their traffickers. This is what we call boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's referred to as the lover boy techniques. Once the trust is established, the relationship changes to the worst. This was about them. But at the same time, colleagues, we are doing accreditation. Remember I said we accredit shelters. How much time I'm left in? Is it minus 2 minutes? Okay. Yeah. Okay, but anyway, colleagues, what happens is we accredit victims, shelters for trafficking. Maybe let me know. I think this is what we do. Our tool, that is our DQA tool, focuses on management and administration, capacity building and victim empowerment, health and safety, or integrated counseling and support. So what we expect is on management and administration, we need at least a score of a score of 110. So the total number, the total scores here is 134. So you have to get 110 or and above. Same as here with 100, you have to get 80 as an organization. Here it's 200, you have to get 160. With this one, it's 102, you have to get 82, and 100, you have to get 80. Total is 162. The tool that is an 84-page tool, this is how it looks. Ne? And then how we score, if you have all those things, these are program elements. You see, that's accountability. Program elements, if you are compliant, you get a score of 2. If you are partially compliant, a score of 1. If you're not compliant, it's 0. So then all these questions are being asked, an 84-page document that has to be, so then what happens is when questions are being asked, it's like you get 2, 1 and 0. Remember I said that. And you have to, for us to give you a full accreditation of 4 weeks, you have to get 80% and above. So this is how I can share here. This is an organization that we accredited. The organizational score I see on accountability was 51 out of 54. Budget 26 out of 30. Staff members, that is human resource 25 out of 26. Effectiveness and efficiency 24. So then total score was 126 out of 136. What we do then, we place it here. If the score is above 107, this was 126, so we give it a green. But if you get less than 44, we'll put it here. You will see yourself that no, I'm not doing well. This is organizational capacity building, 126 out of 136. It also falls in here, as you can see. No, sorry. What am I? Oh, yeah. 196 out of 100. 96 falls here. That is organization like rights, health and safety. 183 out of 200 also falls here, and is broken down into primary health, general safety and emergency, child safety, and food preparation. You can see it's like 30 out of 30, 28 out of 30, 70 out of 82, 55 out of, it's 183, it's here. And then integrated counseling and support, here 98 out of 102, 98 also falls here. This is where we see appropriateness and victim center, community-centered appropriateness, victim-centered, family-centered, and community-centered. We have all these questions. So finally, the organization on integrated counseling and support, 91 out of 100. They got a score of 594 out of 638. That means overall percentage of 93.4. 93.4 is far above 80%, and this is one organization we had to give full accreditation. So if an organization scores between 60 and 79, we give them conditional accreditation, as Busiso mentioned. And with conditional accreditation over a period of 2 years, we expect that you will improve, and then we'll come back after 2 years, reassess. If you do well above 80%, then you get 4 years of accreditation. We would like to institutionalize that, this approach. Why? Because you are talking numbers here, and numbers just don't lie, colleagues. So we can also, use it in accreditation of other shelters. Yeah, thank you. My apology. I thought I would do it within a short time.
Absolutely no apology necessary. Thank you very much for a very informative talk. I'm sorry that we had to rush through it, and I hope that we'll all have access to this information because it's important. But thank you for the explanation and for the preparation. I'd like to give you a little gift of appreciation. I don't know if there are any questions. It's so late. Do you have a question? Please, can we just bear with each other because these are important conversations.
Thank you so much for the presentation. For me, it's not mainly a question, but just to ask the National Department of DSD to please prioritize trainings for the social services professions in the shelters who are dealing with trafficking in persons. For example, in Mpumalanga, we have constant victims that we are taking into our shelters, and we've never received training at all when it comes to trafficking in persons. Trafficking in persons has GIPs, and those forms start from Form 1 up until Form 13. No training whatsoever. Luckily, Shem, we have no English, so we are able to complete those GIPs, And then also, there are other assessments that must be completed by DSD professionals. They take forever to come. Some of the interactions that we have with the hawks, it's because of our own doing, where we go and we create relationships with those stakeholders, and then you will find that these cases will then get to move. But when it comes to DSD, we get no support. There's no support at all. And then also, when it comes to trafficking in persons, there are language barriers. We are not trained. For example, for us in Mpumalanga, we get victims from Mozambique. And then we have to apply for the court interpreter to come, and it takes forever. And then by the time the services, the interventions are commencing, the victim already wants to leave the shelter, doesn't want to be here anymore. Then there's also the challenge of the nutritious foods. They have special diets that they have. And then on which budget, when the department is cutting the funds already, and we have to buy your basmati rice, and they don't want cystic, some of you understand. So if you can please just prioritize that for us in the shelters, because we are receiving a lot of human trafficking victims. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claudia from the Heinrich Bull Foundation. Just so you know the right name. My question is, I know we hear about shelters, but what are we doing? I mean, that case study with the police and the calls for help were ignored. We did a study with shelters during COVID where we were looking at, so there were, in Mpumalanga also actually, there were 2 women who were trafficked into shopkeepers, kept imprisoned. Eventually, one did run away. She ran to the police, reported it. Instead, she was imprisoned because she was undocumented. So she's in prison for 3 weeks or more. Meanwhile, I mean, you're talking about trauma. Like, you are further. So what are you doing with the police? Because they know, they ought to know, right? So what is the department doing about holding police, firstly, aware of what the issues are, but also holding them accountable? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks. That was just a comment, and my director took notes. We will go and check with the Mpumalanga colleagues. What happens is there's a South Africa, the implementation of the Trafficking in Persons Act. It's sort of led by the Department of Justice. And then, all the other law enforcement, prosecution are also involved, in the implementation. Obviously, everyone does their part. And ourselves as DSD is provision of care and support. I think this is also in line with the NSP for emotional healing. So in the police, training, we do conduct training. I'm not sure why, but I mean, I did conduct training in Mpumalanga. If I was to share the numbers, we did train, but I mean, it does happen that sometimes. Not okay, yes, yeah. So then we are training, even SAPS is training as to why. In fact, they also have what they call national instructions. We have standard operating procedures. Everyone knows what they are supposed to do. As DSD, we even shared, I think a chart, a poster, which a roadmap as to when a victim is identified, who's supposed to do what, up until the victim exits the system. So it's like who's supposed to do what, meaning law enforcement would obviously have to go arrest, and then arresting whilst we are taking care of this individual, they are also doing their part, prosecution and all those things. And then with us then from shelters, because then shelters that are accredited obviously take care of victims. There's also a process of repatriation and reintegration back into communities. As to why they didn't do, I have no idea. But we have the National Intersectoral Committee on Trafficking in Persons, which is chaired by the Department of Justice and the National Prosecuting Authority. And in provinces, we have the provincial task teams, also chaired by the Justice and NPA. In fact, I think the Mpumalanga planning workshop is coming sometime. Yes, yeah. I think those issues would certainly come up, and then we would look at it. And yes, it's something that we can also take. You said, I think we'll have to take it to the the National Intersectoral Committee. Why? Because it sounds like it wasn't only one province that was affected, but I mean the system, the structures are there, and everyone knows what they are supposed to do. And I wouldn't say as DSD we are the best, but we're trying. We're doing our best, and capacity building has helped us, has brought us where we are. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can I listen you? Okay, so I have the pleasure of wrapping up today. 4 lines. Firstly, thank you to everybody who stayed until the end. We're all stakeholders in this. I want to acknowledge our program developers. We have had an outstanding list of speakers and an introduction to really significant contributors to our sector. And the 2 most significant takeaways for me is firstly that we provided a platform to say the things that need to be said. More importantly, we provided a platform for people to say the things that are not being said. So thank you everybody for making that contribution. Have a peaceful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Shelter Indaba.
it's a problem in our communities. We cannot have a situation where we have 10 taverns or outlets in one street and expect those communities to be safe. There is no way. Safety becomes an issue, and the vulnerable group, which is women and children, are going to be the first one to pay the price.
Exposure to violence can harm a child's emotional, psychological, and even physical development. Children exposed to violence are more likely to have difficulty in school, abuse drugs or alcohol, act aggressively, suffer from depression or other mental health problems, and engage in criminal behavior as adults.
When there are children that maybe they're experiencing gender-based violence or exposed to gender-based violence, they call our offices, and that's whereby we liaise with the subs officials. Then we arrange with them to fetch the children